Oh, hello!
Hey guys, welcome. Sorry there was no music for the Fleet video. That just happens sometimes when we play it on here, but that's okay.
Hello, everybody! You want to say hi, Commander Cockins? Guys, I can hear you!
Hi! Hi, Commander Cockins!
Thank you. Stuart, I'm entirely prepared for this, and I'm not at all a nerd. The nerdity is not true. Just because I literally have everything, shush your face.
You're not a nerd, you're a super nerd. And that's okay.
Yeah, I'll accept it. And you can super chat! There you go, see super and super. There are many of you here. So, wait, hold on. Bill, get off the phone.
Idiot.
Focus.
Well, let's get into the super chats right off the hop. So, Ozzy throws in $5.
Oh, hello.
This is your Federation president. Oh, you're not. You're Federation council. Don't come to Earth. Oh, I see what you're doing. All right, okay. Don't come to Earth. You'll be assimilated. The Borg have taken over the children's Trekyards. We need your help. And he throws another $5. Data has a new maneuver, Enterprise D Tokyo Drift maneuver. Having fun, Worf now sleeps on the bridge. John Ford Jr. throws in $50, which is an amazing super chat off the hop. So thank you so much.
Amazing.
My father and I saw the last two episodes in IMAX on Wednesday. Borg were defeated too easily, and Titan should not have been rechristened Enterprise G. But otherwise, very satisfying, and a love letter to longtime fans. Sad it's over. I agree with half of what you said there. I think the Borg being defeated was perfect. They were not defeated easily. They've been holding on for a while now. This is like the last little kick in the pants.
Well, I think this will be the next... Wow, the Defiant got killed easily in First Contact. It's like, well, in the movie, yes. In the context of the movie, no.
Yeah.
Because the Borg got defeated within 20 minutes.
Yeah. Actually, I agree with everything you said. Sorry. I kind of agree with not rechristening the Titan as well. Rechristening is bad luck for ships. So, but anyway,
Thanks,
John Ford Jr. throws in another $10. By the way, even the dark sets of the Titan look much better in IMAX, but the Enterprise D bridge was especially glorious on the big screen.
That's true.
You could imagine, yeah.
Yeah, with the like fully professional lighting equipment. Yeah, that looks super different. It's all well. I mean, are they going to release Blu-rays? Hopefully. That'll be once worth, in like 2 or 3 years, putting the discs back in the Blu-ray player of the newest TVs, who in theory have far more industry standard, and say, "Oh, how's it look now? Does it look too dark still, or not?"
And Jan Tiberia says you need nice, very well done. Well, thank you.
Yes.
Got a lot of variety there. So, and Jarzia at $5.50. I see John and Ozzy have already left super chats, and I will make this a threesome. Do you even hear yourself? Man.
Yeah, I think he does. I think he likes to be engaged in actions with a group.
Indeed. So yeah, welcome back, guys. It is time to talk finale. Not only season finale, but series finale. It is time. The time has come. The time has come.
The bittersweetness of the end, of the beginning, of the new, of the old. But also exciting to spend the time with you guys. We love these end of season bonanzas. And then, of course, next week, during one of the days, will be our Trekyards retrospective. Now, that will be an entire day, ostensibly, where me and Stuart have independently rewatched the season to re-embrace it, re-see how on earth it goes, re-feel it, and see, is the mystery box actually together? Does it work in a way that we could not see the first time? And then, every super chat you were going to do is a drink. And those that give, say, 50, as that generous person did earlier, that's a big drink. And you know what drink does after several hours? Humour, we hope. Silliness, yes. Embarrassment, maybe. Thrust nipples of power, perhaps.
Sleepiness.
Crashing out afterwards and passing out, yes. So do tune in for that, guys, because that will be interesting, because we'll re-review everything in the proper context. That'd be interesting. But let us know what you guys think of this episode right now. What do you think?
Yes. Ray Ricks, £5. Great episode, fantastic opening from Chekhov with a nod to Anton Yelchin. Not convinced with the Enterprise being a light cruiser.
Definitely the weakest Enterprise ever made.
It's the general consensus, yeah. So.
I mean, it's certainly not the flagship anymore. Like, the flagship to go out and do flagship things of in any military sense, because it is not able to do so. Because it just can't. It's not able to.
Yeah, absolutely. Darth Duck, though, €5. There are 2 different versions of the opening shot, Enterprise flyby. Wonder how this can happen. There is a video on YouTube showing this.
Yes. I was shocked by this. The European version has a TNG style opening. Everyone else has a weird opening.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, I just learned it an hour ago. It's much nicer. It's simpler, but it takes away all of my complaints from the first shot.
Nice.
Yeah, it's the exact sort of shot I'd make. So, awesome.
All right. Tanushi.
Yeah.
Yes, Tanushi, €5. I noticed so many reused concepts and props. Mix of TNG and Voyager, First Contact, Borg architecture, Borg blasters from Star Trek Borg, Picard, altars, trophy, etc. Okay.
Altars trophy?
Don't know.
Yeah, I was thinking.
I'm not sure what that.
I was thinking more cannons from Descent, but all of the above, etc.
If you guys haven't had a chance yet, go vote on the poll. Simple one. What was this the best finale of any Trek series? It was talked about a little bit last night in my first reaction video, and I want to hear your thoughts on it. So right now the poll is at 50-50.
That's a bold question, Stuart.
It is indeed.
That's why you asked it, I feel like.
We're here to ask the tough questions.
Yes.
That's what Trekyards does.
I'm going to go chat now.
Go for it. I'll get to your super chat in a minute. Your mom's a hoe. I mean, I'm just reading what it says. So I'll get to that in a minute when Samuel's back. But in the meantime, guys, please hit that like button if you haven't done so already. 125 of you here, 68 likes. It's a great way to start off, but I think we can do better. I think we can get 100 likes right off the hop here. So hit that like button if you're just joining us or haven't hit it yet. We would really appreciate that for sure. Anything you guys can do to support us in that way is awesome. Also consider joining the fleet. There's, as this saw at the beginning of this video, there's a fleet video with different ships. You guys get assigned to those ships. You see your name, see what ship you're assigned to. Join us in the Discord. You can talk to your crewmates. You can talk to us. You can talk to all the Trekyards members there. It's really fun. So if you want to join the channel and support us in that way, please do so. You can also do that over on Patreon/Trekyards. That is another way to support us on a monthly basis. And it's the exact same tiers and ranks and perks over there. So go take a look, whatever way you prefer, whether it be YouTube or Trekyard or YouTube or Patreon, please go do so. We really appreciate it. There are also links down below to the Teespring and the TeePublic store that has some really cool Trekyards merch. By all means, take a look, see what grabs your fancy and what you'd like to maybe purchase as far as Trekyards stuff goes. We would really appreciate that. That also helps us out immensely. And of course, one of the easiest things to do is just make sure you're subscribed to the channel. And if you are subscribed, make sure that you hit the bell notification icon to all so you don't miss any of our content. We want to see you guys here on a regular basis. So hopefully YouTube will notify you if you do click select all for the notifications. That would be awesome. So yes, lots to talk about, lots to do, lots to see. And thank you for participating. Now that Samuel's back, your mom's a hoe. Super chats in with $10. And says, can we talk about 1701G being the same size as the 1701C? Why make a flagship less capable than its 3 predecessors? Defiant A, going to be a damn runabout. Near perfect finale married with one poor decision. Or marred by one poor decision. Yeah,
Wait, size the C? No, it's longer than the C. And vastly different in proportion than the C.
Well, that's what they say, yeah.
Well, I mean, we'll do a video now the season's finished. We can do Titan videos and compare them and do scale things, and that'd be fun.
Yeah. So stay tuned for those. But yes. Paul DeAndrea, $5. I seriously hope by some miracle that episode 9 and 10 are re-released in more theaters. That experience was amazing. Yeah, I think they're definitely leaving money on the table by not allowing other people to do that. Like, if you couldn't get in, if there was no IMAX near you playing it, you're out of luck. If you couldn't get in because the servers all crashed when everybody was buying tickets, you missed out. Like, just play it for a couple weeks, you know?
Make some money. Make some easy and quick money.
Yeah. Your mom's a hoe again. Throws in $10.
Thank you.
Glad we got a G plus Captain 7, but Titan needed to be big, powerful, and make sense. If there's a spin-off, we'll have 2 Enterprise shows with almost the same design and class. That won't confuse audiences. Well, they're not the same at all.
Which 2 Enterprises?
Strange New Worlds.
They're not at all the same.
I know. I'm aware.
I won't confuse anybody.
Another interesting fact is the G is the 7th letter of the alphabet, and guess who's captain of the G? 7 of 9. Nice little, cool little coincidence there. Tanishi, €5. One of the digested Borg literally had a season 2 skull prop from Picard's office. Picard Alter. Niga Picard, Dark Picard, whatever you want to call him.
Good. Well, that's good.
Okay, there you go. And Skeleton's Strange New Worlds #1 fan throws in $2. I like the Borg Queen Hellraiser Cenobite vibe. Yeah, there's definitely some body horror stuff going on there, and that's cool.
And Matt says, just because the starship is smaller doesn't mean it's less powerful than previous class. Well, it has less phaser strips and torpedo launchers than the E. That was 2 Enterprises ago, so...
Well, yeah, but you're comparing it to the E, but the E was a battleship. Yeah, Enterprises have always got bigger, so this is like a step down. But, yeah.
And the F was giant. But they've always had more phasers as well. I mean, that's... I don't think I'd have a new Enterprise be less armed than 2 generations ago, when we just had a mass extinction of the fleet. Let's just de-arm. That's a good time to de-escalate our war scenario. Yeah, let's just... We had the Dominion War 2 / Borg Invasion 3. Let's take off those weapon a bit.
And let's not forget about the alien construct from Prodigy.
Or the tentacle creatures that still could come back from season 1.
Son of John.
Stuart, that could just have been the Borg. They could have retconned that.
It could have been.
Anyway.
Son of John throws in $10. Question: can you do a poll of which Star Trek series that the chat likes the most? Discovery, Stranger Worlds, Lower Decks, Prodigy, Starfleet Academy, Section 31. No, because we can only do four options per poll. So we will switch up the polls as we go here. But yeah, we've already kind of done that. What are you more excited for? Section 31 movie or the Starfleet Academy show? That was a poll a few days ago. So
there was beyond easy winners. And Matt says, why does the Enterprise have to be a warship, though? I didn't say that. I said more weapons because relative to the time.
Yeah.
I
see what you were saying, too. I understand what you mean.
If you remove weapons, then it'll be less capable and be able to take them out by anything of the time. It has to be at least equal to the previous class to take on the things that it was fighting in that era. And certainly,
And then he goes on to say, he's argumentative today. Wow, sorry. Who's to say that those weapons haven't been upgraded to be more efficient? I'm sure they're much more efficient and more powerful than the Enterprise Ds or whatever, but it's a weird step down as far as Enterprises go.
But if you're saying that the Constitution 3, all it had to be a heavy cruiser was refitted weapons, why didn't you get refitted weapons then? Because the design's not different at all. It was already a light cruiser. If the only difference was better weapons, give those weapons ahead of time. That's not the only difference between a light and a heavy cruiser. Because there's no difference. If the ship has changed in the final scene, great, but it wasn't. So, weapons are the same.
All right. Ray Rex, £5. Also, the G was tiny. We only have 2 more iterations before we get to the Universe class, which is the size of a city. Strange progressions. Really, though? That's an alternate future. That J is an alternate future. There's no need to say that the J is going to be the Universe class, or that it's going to be 150 years in the future.
Like Discovery Season 3. It's also unlikely to happen that way because alternate timelines.
Exactly. So there's to just take the J out of the equation altogether, because I heard that argument multiple times. There's only 2 more letters to get to J. Da 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 da.
Yeah. No. It could happen, it could not. I'm fine either way. It was always kind of an oddity, even through design logic.
Yeah. Joe C, $5. Like seeing the 1701D warp effect again. How is the change in this effect explained in earlier Picard, Disco, and Stranger Worlds? It's not. But now that they've shown it, that it's still the same on the older style ship, just it's different nacelle configuration, different warp coil arrangement, something. A lot of people say it's a mix of warp and slipstream, but I disagree with that 100%. Anyway.
Yeah. At least they did it.
At least they did it right for the D. So. And Kyle Swinderman throws in $5. Where did you get that amazing phaser and tricorder?
Well, I got this from a 3D print store, and I custom paint all the black bits black. That's why some bits are good and some bits are not good. Because, imperfect. But, distance you can't tell. It really needs the highlighting. And this was part of a limited run of you knew the guy, he happened to do them, get them while he made 10. Didn't have the money at the time. I'm like, well, I can't find them now, but I could at the time. So, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Very cool.
I think Hobby Shop 3D maybe was this one. And he made mine smaller for me because his original ones were too big. And I said, that's too big. And I showed him, like 7's a bad example when she holds it in earlier seasons because her hands are tiny. So you can't compare that to an average person's hand. That's why I think the phase rifle is so much smaller than it should be because it was built for her in the season. But she's tiny, so it's not relative to a person's size, but her size. So whenever other people hold it, it's like, why is it too tall? Why is it too small? Sorry.
Yeah. Isle of Film, €2. Watch Return of the Jedi last night. Falcon got big. Yeah.
I had to think about that for a long time.
It's very Falcon-like in its movements, for sure, yeah.
Spotlights, Stuart. Spotlights.
Oh, and spotlights on it, too, yes. That's another thing.
Videos.
We'll have videos, don't worry.
But I'm going to end this poll so we do that one, Stuart, because we're now live. With a shocking result, I'll be honest. Was this the best finale of a Trek series? Yes! 54%. And no 46%. I am shocked it's even close.
We will have a new video or poll in just a second,
cool. So
stay tuned, guys. Tron McKnight throws in $5. I don't like the Enterprise G. It should have been the Avenger class. It should have been the Essex class, in my opinion. The Endurance, Bill Krause's Endurance, it was a very nice ship for an Enterprise. It's even bigger than... Much nicer ship. And it's also bigger. It's also bigger than the Enterprise... Or could be scaled.
Not very elegant, though.
I don't think it is.
It's more like Enterprise D. It's not elegant. It's a hulking sort of like capital ship vibe.
Yeah, but the Odyssey class isn't elegant either. So
it's more elegant.
It's just like that's a matter of opinion. It's a matter of opinion. I think the Endurance is quite elegant, but
bigger. It's a big boy. Capital ship.
Yeah. Jarzia 550. If I'm going to be generous to the G decision, I'd say it's meant to show a return to the spirit of exploration for Trek, but in universe, it's hard to justify. Yeah, that's going to be a big complaint for a lot of people. It's just the G. So, Jordan S 550. Pros and cons to the G. I like the D and E being top of the line, but also love the A crawling back to space dock all damaged underdog style.
That is true. The Titan is not top of the line at all. Its bridge module was done for Stargazer. We know that Shaw used it. It was already built off the other Titan space frame. It's a generational ship. It's symbolic.
It had the most advanced impulse engines.
Was that even used in the show?
No, it wasn't.
Because it kind of was for the ride in the wave, but they didn't ever see it like all through 6 activate, ever. Nor did they say activate special impulse. That was a red herring.
Yeah.
We wanted to give it 6 engines.
That was just to explain the abundance of impulse engines on the design.
Look, Bill designed it that way. We didn't change it. Shut up.
Yeah.
That's, I think, what it was.
Yeah.
Because they didn't change Bill's design at all, basically.
Yeah. So, yeah.
New poll, Stuart.
New poll is up. Let's go see.
And it's a difficult one. It's purely, what do you think? There's no right answer.
And which was a better end for the TNG crew? Nemesis, All Good Things, or Picard season 3, episode 10?
I'm very glad to see Nemesis is doing so well.
Yeah.
This is a 1%. Oh.
Shannon Nash throws in $10.
Thanks so much.
It's also possible that the G is a placeholder while the F is overhauled, then recommissioned. Could take years to refit, hence the decommissioning. Okay, we know you don't agree. Hold on. Ross class as the G could have worked too. I think the F might have got destroyed actually in the battle, but it was slated for decommission regardless. So, yeah, I don't like that. I wish it was a different ship for the G. That's all I have to say. Although I did like the moment of names aren't important at all, and then names are the most important. I thought that line kind of hit me, but that was well done. It's just, yeah. Aeon, 280 Canadian.
Good to see you.
Original Warp Effect for the win. Just feels right. It's a little bit different, but yes, it is more in line with the original.
And if you've seen the European version, it's much closer. It's just their ship's not moving very fast. If it was doing faster, it would look more dynamic. The ones I do.
That's cool.
Which are slightly more dynamic on purpose.
Yeah.
So go vote in the poll, guys, then. Let's just spam the chat right now, the 270 watching. What is your favourite moment of the episode before we get into it? Just say your favourite moment.
Ooh.
Yeah. Do you have anything stick out in your brain, Stuart, as a single moment?
People asked me that last night. I had no answer. It's just I really enjoyed the closeouts for all the characters. That one line though, names are the most important, really kind of hit me. So I think that might be my favorite moment. Shrouded in the veil of, oh no, that's the Enterprise G now. So it's kind of it's a good line, disappointing moment. I don't know. I don't know, man. That's tough.
Yeah. I mean, I think from a technical perspective, the Enterprise D warp out and just flying across the saucer you've not seen that in any Trek show ever. That was very impressive. I wish I hadn't seen it last week, obviously the trailer, but like powerful moment. I think I'm semi-cheating, but they're like 2 minutes apart. I think and talk about how the difference in watching style, like first watch, second watch, affected it. I think having or seeing the two different goodbyes from Picard, I think those are probably in terms of like successful moments, because each one I kind of thought, oh, actually, both with good music, both are powerful, both are well done, both for Picard being Picard. I think that if just of a character moment, I think that those two is one, like the goodbyes worked super well, because they almost felt real, because they meant them to be real.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see. We got Jarzio 220. Also, seriously, Star Trek Titan would sound great. Is it show title? Yes, absolutely. Ray Ricks, 2 pounds. Swords are fun. Matthew DeFreitas, member for 6 months at the rank of lieutenant, says watching the finale yesterday was great. Talking about it with y'all today, even greater. For me, greatest episode, finale, and season ever. Sorry, not sorry. Wow.
Bold.
That's a bold statement. Yeah. Shannon Nash, the $5. The Packlids were right. The Titan is another Enterprise. Yeah. Circuitous route to get there, but yes, they predicted the future. Hashtag confirm. Packlids are fortune tellers. There you go.
Oh, yeah. That's good. That's good. I like it.
And Danny Janey, member for 22 months at the rank of Federation Council, which we really appreciate.
Longer than I thought. Wow. Gosh. Yeah. Amazing.
I'm so grateful that my gripes with season 3 are just picky nerd issues in a generally good Star Trek series. Those last 2 seasons really hurt my feelings. Hurt my feelings is a good way to put it. Yeah.
And it'd be interesting to go into. It'd be interesting to like talk to Patrick in like 2 years off record, and be like, so. Not been recorded, but which season was your favourite? Oh, season 3. Why? It was the only good one. Oh, right. Why is that? The writing sucked. You know, I'm sure
Would he say that though, because he didn't want season 3 is what he didn't want going into the first season.
Yeah.
Which is silly, but whatever.
But I'm even though they remember it on set and they're not even going to necessarily watch the episodes at the end of the day, he must sense the reaction has been, okay, not good, amazing.
Yeah, I hope he's clued in that that's what people want.
There's an extreme consensus here.
Yeah, that's like if we go back to Trekyards after 20 years, and I'm on board, and I'm like, I don't want floating heads. I don't want us to see it. I want our voices altered. I don't want to hear. I don't want to use my own voice.
You can't fly ships. No.
Yeah.
The line will be drawn here and no further.
It's just silly shit that makes what people want. I'm going to do the exact opposite of everything people want. It's just like,
but it's the same thing as, they didn't say it at the time, but all the cast agrees season 1 wasn't so good and Code of Honor's bad. Like, they have these conversations now, so they know when they make bad work. So I'm assuming Patrick must have worked out after the fact that seasons 1 and 2 weren't great. You know what I mean? Like
I hope so.
They're cognizant of the other TNG, so it'll take a few years, but he knows enough about the quality of the work to know when it wasn't so good. But my best example is always Marina Sirtis when they did Generations. It's some of their best work. She said in interviews, and then two decades later, hated Generations, wasn't good, didn't like it, was a waste of a movie, blah blah blah. Because she's paid to do press tours.
The contracts are expired at that point. So
yeah,
I can tell you how I really feel.
So we'll see.
Yeah. Matt Boardman, $5. No one complaints. No Packlids.
I thought that guy on the bridge was at first the cook guy.
No, he's another race. I think we see him in Strange New Worlds, actually.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
So I thought Pack would have been a nice twist of like, oh wow, we've got a...
Yeah. I just wanted to see a Cerritos in the fleet. Like the California class,
Yeah, well, they said no, so...
Sergeant Montgomery, Mako, member for 28 months at the rank of lieutenant.
Wow.
Says, I really enjoyed the Micro Machines Enterprise D flying through the cube. In my opinion, Space Dock should have focused fire on one ship at a time. Trekyards live long and prosper. Well, you did see Space Dock firing. You did saw beams coming the other way and ships getting destroyed after the Titan uploaded all the prefix codes and started dropping shields. Ships were getting hit and destroyed. So
yeah, I want to get into that later. That's a whole thing. That's a whole thing.
Ray Ricks, £2. Does Earth Space Dock provide planetary shields for all?
No.
Earth? It seems like it was the power source, though, or something, because it would make sense to have nodes all around Earth and have it be powered by Space Dock, but at the same time, that's a weakness, in my opinion.
I thought it was being strategically controlled, and without that, it turned off.
Could be.
Because you'd want the power source on Earth, because then it's more, especially also, under the shields.
Yeah.
But I assume it was a case of, And I'll
say
say
that was not clear. So,
and I'll say this right now, absolutely should have had President Chekhov, Walter Koenig in an Oval Office, and Tuvok come there and try and assassinate him as part of the plot. That's why they didn't do anything. That's why Earth did nothing for the entire thing, because Tuvok was pointing a gun at him. As a little cheeky reference to Starfleet Renegades, where the first thing we see is Admiral Chekhov in an office at Starfleet headquarters saying, "There's something wrong with Starfleet," whatever he says, which is shockingly similar. I can't trust anybody. Yes.
Jersey, $11. When they were saying how hard it would be to navigate the cube, my first thought was ditch the saucer. Then I remembered a no battle bridge set, and B, the saucer was the only original part of
Love it.
Yeah,
Love
actually
it.
Seeing the Cobra head doing that would have been awesome, but
that's actually really clever. Actually,
it's not the Enterprise then, no.
Because also you could have had a line dialogue where you need the saucer outside the ship as like a beacon for them to get out, or something clever. That would have been, and that's very best of both worlds.
Yeah. At Boardman, $5. I would have laughed if instead of a cook, it would have been a bullion barber.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. That's good.
Data's gut. $2. I feel you two enjoyed the show. Oh yeah.
And what a great segue, Stuart. Now is the time of the show when we start the show. So, Stuart, what do you think of Star Trek Picard Season 3, Episode 10, and And what do you think now? I've watched it multiple times because we always watch it together. First time round, we've now both watched it several times. How's it feel in retrospect? Go for it, Stuart.
First, I have to address the super chat. From your mom's a hoe, again, $10.
So insulting.
1701F versus 1701G. When you see the picture, when you get it in the mail. Pardon the flare discount, Samuel. YouTube is making me wait 14 days before your mirror counterpart can return. And you see the picture and you get it in the mail. So it's like Wish. You order the Enterprise F, you get the G. I think that's what that's about. YouTube is making me wait 14 days before your mirror counterpart. I don't understand. But thank you for the super chat. All right, back to your question.
And here's an ad. Back to your answer, Stuart.
I already gave it. The ad must have played over it. Anyway, no. I thought this was a fantastic finale. I love that it ended it was an hour and 2 minutes long, ended at the 40-minute mark. I'm still there's 20 minutes left. That's awesome. You got the 15 different endings like they did in the end of Deep Space Nine, which frustrated me at the end of Deep Space Nine. But this one I was looking forward to it, and it's just another one. It's like it can end it here. They didn't. That's awesome. So I really enjoyed this one. It was a great send off for the TNG cast, and it was just amazing. Nobody got killed. The Enterprise got its rightful spot in the museum. I liked the way that the Borg was really hobbled, and I think it was not an easy victory for against the Borg, because this has led up to this point where they've been taking the legs taken out from under them multiple times, and then Janeway really crippled them, and then this was the last little attempt to sting essentially, and it got. So I'm glad that the Borg are done. That would explain why the Borg are not even referenced in Discovery. When they go to the future, everybody's like, what about the Borg? What about the Borg? What's going on about the Borg? Well, yeah, nobody would remember them, honestly. But anyway, I thought that was handled well. I loved Vox, or Jack, as this Vox persona with the cutest. That was great. Everybody had a chance to shine. Data piloting the ship, although that there's things about that annoyed me. Geordi in command, love seeing that. Marina being useful. I know she did not fly the ship, even though she went to the helm station. She was just telling Data where to go, because he's flying out in less than a minute, so they don't get it blown up. She was just showing them where they are, transporter wise. Beverly kicking ass with the weapons, and lots happened in 20 years, and then becoming an admiral with Starfleet's medical. That's great. Very satisfying payoffs for everybody, including the ship. The only thing, that really kind of kicked me in the balls was the Enterprise G. Like I said, there's things about that scene I absolutely adore, but I just wish it would have been a different ship. The Titan didn't deserve the dishonor of being renamed. It actually kind of earned its stripes, as it were. It was it was the Titan A. It was going to continue the legacy of the Titan. Now that's just been roadblocked, essentially, unless they give it to a different ship.
Only been in service for 5 years.
That's the other thing, yeah. I think it was just very disingenuous, and kind of that was the biggest mistake I think Terry made and team made to do that. Give it a different ship. Make it a different ship to be the Enterprise G. Or have him still serve on it.
Titan B it. You refit it, make it Titan B.
Well, it would have been great to see a new ship for the Enterprise G, and it's what class is this? I don't recognize this class. That's the Picard class. That would have even been bigger,
Or it's a Galaxy X. It's through Titan G, inspired on a classic. They're so basic it took us 6 months to build it, and many other things you could do.
Yeah. Anyway, and it was a really great finale. It really was a lot of emotional beats, and just everybody had a satisfying payoff. Everybody got to shine, and I think it was just so well done, well crafted. It was a good culmination of the entire season, and actually, not even just the season, just a culmination of TNG. So it was very satisfying in that way. And there's the open door at the end for more adventures and more possibilities, brilliantly crafted as well. It's not. I think on future, like on subsequent watchings of it, it's not as good as I initially thought. So I was quite impressed. I was quite enamored with it after I first watched it. That's just because of all this 20 minutes of this like really good nostalgia feels and like good payoffs to characters. Looking back in hindsight, it's a very simplistic kind of story, and it very much kind of dumbed down Star Trek to Star Wars levels of like action. Um, that the Enterprise doing this not only seemed like the Death Star. A lot of people compare it to the trench run. It's not. It's like in Return of the Jedi where they're flying through. But at the same, with all the ducking and weaving, it felt much more like the Force Awakens, where they're going through that like cave. Um, and it just didn't quite fly for me, especially when they like come in above. There's problems with the ship, first of all, which we'll talk about at some point. But just the scaling, everything about that kind of felt all wrong. It was a cool moment. Like it definitely, was great in that regard, but it kind of just the music again, fantastically done. The music was 1,000% on point, and as a piece, it's a very good piece of Star Trek. It's definitely up there for me in like the upper echelons of like good episodes and good payoffs and good finales. But being the absolute best of Trek, it's up there. It's in that grouping, but it's not at the top. So I don't know. I absolutely loved it. It's going to be interesting to see where the scoring goes because I know my scoring is totally skewed this season. But we'll have to see where that stands. And
that retroactive scoring is going to be super interesting.
Oh, it's going to be it's going to be more realistic and down to earth.
It's going to be
just
really
this was so much better than anything we got from the last 2 seasons from the get go. That's really skewed my scoring. So yeah, that's kind of my summation there. I really enjoyed it. I thought it was fantastic. There was 1 or 2 things that kind of didn't work for me, but overall it was great.
So is it fair to say it's not worse in retrospect, it's just less impressive in second and third viewing?
I wouldn't use the word impressive. Okay. It was super impressive. It's just things about it felt a little off and felt a little bit.
What's the word then? How do you simplify that? It's
I don't know. I'm trying to work that out.
Okay.
Because it was impressive as hell. That's the thing. Just saying it's less impressive isn't really
less satisfying. Less.
No, it's 1,000% satisfying.
Oh, I don't know then. I tell you,
nobody died. Everybody has like good endings. So
that'll be the end of the live. You'll work out a word and it'll be
possible.
Remember to remind Stuart.
Yeah. All right.
Super chats.
Before I ask you to get to the super chats. Starbase Sci-Fi 1 throws in £10.
Thank you.
Not sure Titan should have become the Enterprise. I would rather have been the Enterprise D, re-entering service, and have the all good things refit with Captain Riker finally happen like he wanted to command. That'd have been interesting, but then I think a lot of people would have been upset that the beautiful D was then scarred and made to look like a hideous abomination of Frankenstein ship. I don't like the gods yet. But I see what you mean, and it would kind of be apropos in a way. Tanushi, though, €2. How they defeated the Borg, Data gave them the D. And not only that, but a Star Trek D. S-T-D. Dun-dun-dun. Wenlock, £5. Mom, can I have the USS Enterprise? No, we have the USS Enterprise at home. Yeah, hey, I got the Enterprise G right here. Skeleton, Strange New Worlds #1 fan, $5. Anyone who is confused by Q's appearance needs to watch the Doctor's famous timey-wimey explanation. Yeah, don't be confused by Q's appearance. He's either lied to Picard in season 2 to get, have Picard have the feels, or he's non-linear, so that Picard's season 2 Q is like 60,000 years in the future from the Q we saw at the end of this episode. Like, non-linear, man.
I said that as soon as he died in season 2. He'll be back as soon as they want him to be.
Yeah.
It's fine.
All right. There we go. So how about you? What did you think about this one? And how did it feel on a rewatch?
Rewatch was very interesting.
Yes.
Very different. And I'll never experience it that the first time again. The first time, it was tense. It was big, it was bold, it was emotionful, you didn't know if you were going to die, so every moment lingered in a way that is hard to express. All the jokes had a weight because you realise that this is the last time they'll be in a Borg cube. This, only 26 minutes left, only 14 minutes left. Every joke kind of hit. The second time, however, you knew everything. It was way quicker the second time. There was very little tension second time, and it felt more like a roller coaster theme park ride. We just sort of watch and don't think as much.
Especially that coming out above you.
Yeah, which is odd, but it felt like I was watching a big video game because you realise it's. And I said this the first time. Killing the Borg felt super simple because they saved it all for one episode. So there's no grand plan. They basically ignore the changelings. There's a lot of... It's basically a reboot of the season in the abstract. This is the real villain. This is the real villain's ship. This is the real villain's interior. We've got to set up and destroy it all in one episode, which by definition does not lead to a satisfying whatever. Now, because this is actually a sequel to First Contact, which is actually a sequel to Best of Both Worlds, which is actually a sequel to Q Who, because of all those things, it maintains the weight that it itself would not have by itself. It can't, practically. But it ends up being this giant payoff to a 35-year-old, whatever. But I thought, they used the D a lot. Enterprise D a lot. That was good. As you had said, Geordi was fantastic in command. He lives for that chair. He could do an entire show by himself. Data was great. I want to see more Brent as Data. That he gave such new energy to the role. Troy was being Troy, which you kind of hope for more. Like, you can't hope for more, because at the end of the day,
I actually praised her last night for her Marina Sirtis's performance in this one, because she was very good, and people were like, "What? You're praising Sir?" It doesn't mean I can't appreciate the fact that she did a fantastic job in this one. So, but
yeah, because she was Troy, but that's the problem. She was the least flexible character they made. But that's just the nature of the whole crew. It's like Beverly hasn't got much to do, but they pigeonholed her a new role and it worked well. Well, as I joked last time, them being impressed with her is sort of a false scenario because, she's firing... there is a button labelled phasers, a button labelled torpedoes, and...
the automated systems were down, as Jordy said. He didn't have a chance to get them activated.
It's true. All she has to do is shoot that way and she'll hit those Borg cubes. The Borg cube's giant. She could not miss the Borg cube.
That's true.
So, it's like if I've got a giant parking lot and they say drive towards that stadium and I've never driven a car before, you go forward, you'll, right? An empty field in a stadium, you'll get there. So it was fun. It was really funny, but it's like she just shot down. Anyway, the Queen was confusing because she was both powerful and back, and then she sort of stayed quiet in the second half and then died. She's the most powerful character in Trek. You just
She was. She's been cannibalizing her drones.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's part of the caveat. That is the whole point is that cube is a fraction, a 36%.
Yeah.
Of its former glory. It was meant to be a shitty cube, even though it's the biggest cube we've ever seen, ever by infinite amounts.
It seems like it was part of Unimatrix Zero, like the main complex that she was in command of, as opposed to a cube itself, though. Maybe she pulled that through a transwarp corridor because it didn't feel like a cube with all the antenna and stuff.
Well, that final shot you can see is just a cube with antennas on. I mean, Unimatrix Zero is much smaller than you think. It's just lots of different buildings. Yeah. And I will die on a hill, which is the Borg aren't really defeated. That Queen who went crazy is defeated. Because the nanovirus blocks communication, so one cube in the Gamma Quadrant that was lost alone, that might have a Queen left over who might no longer be able to communicate, will then have a different plan. This is a Queen on a ship.
Yeah.
This is not the end of the Borg, it's just an end of a Borg. Or at least a Queen, because that isn't the end game Queen. She destroyed in a fireball. It's not the First Contact Queen. She died in a fireball and an acid attack. So, her knowing Picard was, you know what I mean? Like, there's obviously an abstractness anyway. It was a symbolic we kill the Borg, but I don't think for a second the Borg are defeated. And And in fact, I'm still fine to say there's a collective in the Gamma Quadrant in Sector 64 that's like 10,000 cubes. It's just they just don't transorb out of the Gamma Quadrant because the Queen there says, yeah, no, we, our brethren over there are bio-infected still. So I'm not, etc. But I'm thrilled they did a Borg set. It was simple, but effective as all hell, and fucking much better than Season 1. I hate that aesthetic. I'm sorry, I hate it. Infinitely better. Nice drones, really beefy drones. I mean, those guys were tanks. That was fun. I gotta feel like Worf's sword is a joke to Elnor. Like, you don't bring a sword fight to a thing. He has a phaser as well, like that, because it's a stupid character. Worf had a gun as well, right? So, etc. So that's fun. And the 6 endings are all good. Raffi's was the most like, hey, because, what's half of half-assed, quarter-assed, but it was there. The only
thing about hers was it included Worf, so.
Well, exactly, yeah. And my favourite thing is, of course, the gold badges.
Yeah.
As a giant symbol of quality.
Yes. It should have been like that all along, but hey.
As long as we got here.
Got here in the end.
Yeah. Oh, and also the jump to 1 year later is a really abrupt edit. It works worse the second time, especially as you realise they're swapping between edits because they go between having the silver com badges to the gold com badges, back to the silver, back to the gold, because they obviously are editing it out of sequence to when they didn't make that decision at a certain point, etc. Anything else? But it was really fun. It's definitely less good on a second watch, but that's because part of it is the ride. You can't live the ride a first time, a second time, but it is fun then to sort of to exist with them. Yeah, and there's obviously more to say, but it's good. It's definitely good. And I think as a actually, last thing I'll say about my summary is that this episode finally felt expensive because they had to build new sets, full new Borg costumes, lots of makeup, that prosthetic for that Borg Queen. Jesus, how long did that take? How much money did that take? My God. Mm-hmm. And then you get the rest of the season. It's like, do I really I've already forgotten Vadik. I don't care about her. It's gonna be a pain to now go back and rewatch her, thinking I don't care who you are now. These last two have been so engaging that it makes honestly a lot of the last season be like, did you have to waste so much time on Metalis Prime with Raffi? Really?
Was all that Nebula time?
Was there not better things you could do with your time, like introducing a Borg Queen in episode 2 and setting up maybe Jack seeing visions of the crew being drones or something really engaging? No. So it really is almost a standalone movie that Terry wanted to write and had to do a whole season along with it.
Yeah.
So hell of a weird thing to go back and watch. It'll be such an interesting retrospective. I did cry a few times, like not like ballers, but a few teary moments for sure. Not the second time, except 2 moments, but the first time for sure. And like I say, gold com badges for the win. There you go. Those are my thoughts.
Awesome. Jarzia though, $22.
Thank you. Amazing.
Gotta say, I hated the not to assimilate but to annihilate bit. Like, why? To what end? Sure, kill the older Starfleet crew, but risk them getting back control. But wipe out all life in the universe makes no sense. I liked Jack's or Vox's little speech about how instead of the old routine of resistance is futile, your culture will adapt to service us. There's a new one of like basically we're taking over. There will be no war. I forget exactly how it's worded. We'll get there, but I think it was really well done. It's like the evolution of the Borg, because every time you hear them, they kind of modify it a little bit. You hear it change over the course of Voyager and TNG, and so.
I will say though, this again second watch, I do think they diminished the Borg, but it was also a heavily insane, fractured Queen. Right, it's going to be a worse Borg, because an assimilating collective is way better because these Borg are just zombies with guns, because. Sydney LaForge, she can't assimilate anybody. She hasn't got physical strength improvements. She can do nothing except shoot people, right? Whereas normally one drone could assimilate anybody. They have personal shields. They have tech. Evolution was a far worse way of doing it. How is she propagating? Was she going to make everyone beam and then you have to send out a signal. It's not evolution, it's mind control. Like, she made the collective stupider and a far worse villain. But like I say, it's not the real collective, and it's not the real, like, Borg. It's just her insane subplot. Because they're not scary if it's just, we will assimilate those who have already been genetically modified who we can control, and then kill everyone else. It's like, right, we just are bad at it kills people, right? The fun of...
It seemed like vengeance, just to get revenge on Starfleet.
Yeah, it wasn't the Borg. Like, for you, Stuart, I'm sure it was your least favourite Borg because you like Best of Both Worlds, where it was entirely unmotivated assimilation. This was entirely motivated murder. There was no assimilation. Like, it was the absolute antithesis of the original Borg.
Yeah, I prefer the other Borg, just mindless, just zombies, essentially. Dave reels out, Area 51 throws in $5 for Captain Shaw, who turned out to be like an older brother to Seven. At least that's how I see it. Yeah, kind of picked on her a little bit, and it was tough on her. Yeah.
Well, he's followed the
Captain
rules.
Shaw,
That's her name. I mean, like,
Captain Shaw moment was great, but I hated that. Again, that was another Star Wars thing. Look, he sent us this holodisc instead of just relaying the information via subspace subspace signal. Here's a holodisc. Watch it. That's very Star Wars.
Well, I assume that was just a portable recorder. I can just point out as well. I thought this going into it. It felt as if, because the captain says, "I'm an old hat from an old generation." You as the actor are 1 year younger than Jerry Ryan. She's not from a younger generation. This. You're the same damn generation of officer.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So,
I can just cement his mindset. She grew up on a Borg cube, so she's got.
I know.
I think it's just.
But I guess they're presenting her as being younger, but she's not in any way. I know the grey in his beard helps, but I just found that funny. Like, she's not.
Well, they always
same age.
Picard's older than Patrick Stewart, so.
Well, sure. Yeah. It's just funny because they don't feel that much younger and older, but he. I mean, they aren't, but he feels 20 years, but he isn't. But he could be, but he isn't. Yeah.
Get 10K, PayPal $20.
Thank you.
It says one thing I absolutely loved was how much the Enterprise D whooped some serious ass, more than ever she did before, and I laughed so hard at Data having fun flying into the cube. Why am I sensing enjoyment?
Well, they say that, but all the D did was just shoot the core, and the core blew up and kill the cube. So, I mean, a shuttle could have done that with torpedoes, right?
Yeah.
They did almost nothing to the cube except, it's like an X-wing, an A-wing, a B-wing on the Millennium Falcon could have destroyed the second Death Star. It was the thing they destroyed the cube, not them themselves. So, just saying.
Mark Lawrence, $5. The many giant antenna array that cube had were probably constructed with repurposed innards of the cube, leaving many hollowed out sections.
Yeah, but if the cube's already like 10 cubes in diameter, you've got enough stuff.
Yeah.
There's no limit of tech on a cube.
And the antenna could just be chalked up to them not just the queen kind of surviving and doesn't have like the sensibilities to actually make cube shapes. It just like started building out and got these antennas.
Well, you also got the sense that if the new collective is to do with mind control, then she has to send a signal out to the entire galaxy for it to work, or the entire quadrant. Like, this has to be the biggest sender ever. I mean, given how the sender was, 100 times the size of an Enterprise D? 1,000 times? I mean, it was Borg cube size by itself. That's not just going to be as powerful as the solar system. It's going to be as powerful as the quadrant, or something of the ilk. I mean, that honestly might be the cube that transmits the collective. Yeah, because, what was... what connects everybody in the collective? Well, subsurface relays, but what if this is the sort of primary... a primary thing, etc.? Yeah, what do you think, Stuart? What if this is actually the primary cube ship, which basically sends out the collective signal? Because how do all the drones communicate light years away? Maybe this thing is the thing that connects them. That's how it normally works. This thing's been around for 5,000 years, and
Chris C throws in £5.
Thank you.
Really enjoyed the season and a great send-off for the crew.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think it would have benefited from only 6 or 8 episodes? Thanks, lads. Yes, I think at least two of the episodes were stretched a little thin, but it was way better than season 2 as far as that goes. So,
Well, I would have shrunk the Vatic story to 6 and the Borg story to 4, rather than 8 and 2.
Yeah. I would have shrunk the Vatic story much more than that, actually. Let's see. Andrew Wu. It's in 38 Krona, I believe. Commander, where did you get that gold com badge? Where can I get one?
So unfortunately, the guy that made our silver badges got run out of business by CBS. But when he was doing them, I said, "Could you please make a gold one for me?"
Yeah.
And
Fansets has them. The gold ones.
but they're obviously metal and slightly bigger. Mine are because when I did them, if you look, this one's how they're meant to be painted in the show, and it's a different sort of metallic silver. It's chromium. It's more silver. Whereas I had mine painted the exact same colours as the TNG badge, so it would be as they would do it back then, so it fits better. And you can see the difference. One is a sort of shinier, one is a matte. I think it makes a difference because,
Yeah.
Sorry.
Chris Rains, £5. Just popped in to give you a like and super chat before I have to go. Also, can we address Worf's threesome comment before I go? It was addressed at the very beginning. Somebody super chatted in the third one.
So good.
The threesome. But yes.
All good. It makes sense, right? On his home world, you beat people up to have sex, right? It doesn't matter. It's all good. It's all good.
Ray Rex, £5. I know there's a time difference, but Prodigy showed there's more functional cubes out there. Yeah. They did run across a cube that was hobbled, but still out there. Yeah, there's a lot of cubes just sitting in limbo right now. Matt Boardman, $10.
Ooh.
Aren't these the Borg as they exist after the fallout from the virus that Janeway introduced them to in the end of Voyager? Yes. I could see some warped programming happening and them now seeking revenge. Oh, for sure.
But there isn't the Borg after that. All the Borg. If you assume there's 1,000 cubes, and let's say several queens ready to go. If you assume there's 1,000 Borg ships and they all suddenly lose connection, we've now got 1,000 individual cubes. Some might self-destruct, some might whatever. Some will have queens on. Some will have queens in storage who can then be turned on. The virus crippled the collective. It wasn't destroying lots of other things. That's how the sphere survived after. We know the ships were and the Prodigy cube and the cube in season 1. So this is a queen who lost connection to her collective, but still had control of her own cube, and then went crazy because of the loneliness. She's used to hearing billions. Obviously, couldn't reconnect to more people. But I would assume there's lots of these people running around, thinking and feeling. Otherwise, by that logic, then this is the exact same cube that was in Prodigy because she's the only queen left, or you know what I mean? There's obviously multiple cubes, multiple places. They can always add one more. And I like that. It's a one rogue queen. Oh, yes.
Dave.
Guys, Fleet. Read super chat. Remember the Fleet video, guys. Channel membership. Join the channel. Be a Fleet member. Rank Skedder. Get placement. Maybe even have a Borg cube at some point. Maybe you can be a drone in a Borg cube. Ooh.
All right, Dave puts in £5.
Yes.
Using sensor logs, can they make a holo of the D flying and destroying the cube? That would be one hell of a ride at Starfleet Museum. Vegas. It was very much programmed like a ride for sure. That whole thing.
Oh,
we're watching the Fleet video. Okay.
Well, so I was just reminding people, you can join the channel.
There you go, guys.
All right, you ready?
Super chats over it, I guess. Grant McGregor, $20. This episode was fun and dumb, like Star Trek Beyond. Way better than Insurrection. My biggest disappointment for the series was an adult conversation about immigration. Patrick said way back when this series was announced. I think that refers to the XBs in season 1. No. But and then season 2, ICE being a thing. But Tanushi, €5. I got the feeling the cube was a mobile unimatrix of sorts, being several times larger than the 3 kilometer regular cube, at least 12 to 15 kilometers per side. Yeah. A lot of people got like tactical fusion cube vibes, but yeah.
It was crazy big.
Indeed. All right, 180 likes, guys. 289 people here. Let's try to get to 250 likes. If you can do that, hit that like button if you haven't already. Let's get into the review.
Scene 1. Wait, did you send me the right screen cap, Stuart? This is it's a shot from TNG. What are you playing at, sir?
Ah, yes. Well, Anton Chekhov as well. Son of Pavel Chekhov.
Yeah.
Which was great. It's a real surprise to hear that. I also love that his emergency signal is basically the same announcement that they gave in Star Trek 4 from the president. Avoid the planet Earth at all costs kind of thing. I love that it's kind of a standard presidential address. You just like put in the relevant facts, but around it, it's all kind of like a presidential thing. I think that was really well done. And yeah, hearing his voice was a surprise, and then seeing the actual warp. And yeah, that first shot of the TNG type opening, like, wow, very well done. Yeah, that was great. It was a nice nostalgia. I was kind of confused for a second. I thought, wait a minute, that's not actually Chekhov. He'd be way too old. But yeah, soon pieced it together. And then yeah, nice shout out to Anton Yelchin. So I really love that. It was done. So.
Yeah, it was. I mean, I said to you previously, it was very much a case of you're getting ready for the review or to watch it, and then bam, we hear one of the last legends. And Walter Koenig just appeared recently. George Takei in Lower Decks, so it was like, okay, we got both in 12 months. Thank goodness. He wasn't Russian, so he obviously didn't marry Russian, didn't live in Russia, etc. But yeah, really nice start. And Terry just posted some pictures of him getting Walter to his house to watch the episode. So that was fun. Yeah, really strong start. I would absolutely. It's a nice moment, but if we'd had him, even in the office that we saw Geordie in a uniform, or as his president, in whatever, like fully decked up, that would have been to me 5 times cooler. Because then he could have fully acted, right? I mean, he's a good actor. It would have been nice to see him be very presidential. I mean, give him a fake Oval Office, It didn't need it, obviously, but it would have been really cool to see him on the screen. But it's good. It works, obviously.
And speaking of, we never did see that office. We saw it very blurry in like 2 seconds a shot. We saw it much more clear in the teaser pictures. We never got to return to that at all. So that was disappointing, actually, now that you mention that.
You are correct.
Unless there's a deleted scene or two that I don't know.
You're very correct, Stuart.
It happens sometimes.
Yeah.
Paul DeAndrea, $5.
Thank you.
Curious on the workings of the transwarp corridor in Jupiter's red spot. And it's going to reach up to 400 miles per hour, 600 kilometers per hour. Yeah, but that means nothing for a transwarp conduit. That's nothing compared to what goes on in space. So.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, keeping subspace eddies stable is far more than transwarpian, and it's fine.
Yeah.
No, it's really, really nice opening. And of course, I appreciate we started straight in Enterprise D. There was no whatevering. We got some really good time. Everyone was in the role. Everyone was kicking butt. A little bit darker than I thought it was going to be, but it gets brighter later. Everyone's in the zone. And I mean, if you had said this 3 years ago, hey, we're going to have the first scene of a new episode where the entire TNG cast are on the bridge looking great, all of them, it felt that. It felt that. And, although...
and hold on, Classic for Real says also they imply it's Anton Pavel's grandson, not son. Then he goes on to talk about his father, though, so it is his son.
It's just son.
Yeah,
Plus,
his son.
He's the president. He's probably going to be in his, 50s, 60s, 70s. There's not going to be a 20-year-old president.
Yeah, and Bradley Thomas says it wasn't a shout-out to Yelchin. Anton Chekhov is one of the most famous Russian playwrights. Well, and it's a double-pronged...
Yeah, it's definitely...
Because it's definitely referring to Anton Yelchin. Come on.
I bet that was like a combination. I bet Terry said,
But just synergy.
yeah, I bet Terry phoned Walter. Said, Walter, we want to play president. What should your son's name be? Let's have it be. Yeah, I mean, it's lovely. It makes a lot of sense. And then we get, very, very TNG-esque. So let's solve the problem. I don't remember exactly what they said.
Make a point of saying that Federation emergency hails to both Federation and civilian ships have gone silent. So apparently they're the cavalry. They do say that Earth's defenses are holding, even though all the orbital defense platforms are destroyed. But space dock is withstanding their assaults as of right now.
I don't quite understand that. It's their equivalent of the only ship in the sector, but
yeah, absolutely it is.
But like, this is. I mean, I get it all takes place in like a day. But you would think that lots of civilian ships would be there to watch Frontier Day. They might have given a special Klingon dignitary. Lots of people will be here. Are they going to attack civilian ships first? Because also there's no sense of a grander universe. There should be hundreds of ships in range, civilians. He could have phoned anybody, like, send a subspace signal to the nearest ship. Oh, it's an Antarctic transport. Well, tell them to talk to General Martok Jr. There's no sense of help. It's very Star Trek movie-like. We're the only ship in the quadrant. There's no one who can help. The Federation is tiny. Shut up.
The arrogance of it. Beverly says, if Earth falls, everything falls. Every planet, every system. What? No. The Federation wouldn't crumble because Earth fell. Yes, Earth is the hub. It's Sector 001, but you got the 5 establishing planets, right? Like, that's so arrogant. Every planet, every system will fall. Yeah,
And also, they explicitly say that shuttles aren't connected. Neither would old ships. So, the president of Earth, I don't think his security team is going to be filled with children. So he's fine. He could beam to... I guess the changeling threat would be a problem if they don't address that in any way. So you would think that all the dignitaries could leave via shuttle and be safe, because clearly none of the controlled ships are going after stragglers. So if they'd want to leave Earth, you could. There's no one stopping them. So...
yeah.
And most people on Earth aren't under 25. By an insane margin.
Yeah. I think the line of Earth fall, it's for the viewers that might not be very aware of what's going on. Like, this is big stakes. If Earth falls, the Federation is destroyed. It's like, not quite. It's not quite how that would work.
Because, like, there's a Starfleet security establishment which are special ops. All of them are over 25 with experience. We saw on the bridge the pure control by Borg. They shoot for shit. So a strike team could go in and wipe out any Borg threat. Are you joking? That's what they're there for. So they could easily retake... Like, a ship's different because you can clear rooms, you can block doors. But on Earth, when they haven't got command codes, Earth is not a really susceptible... The Academy's fucked. But they outnumber the lecturers. But any normal building will absolutely be able to deal with it. And it's not as if all the cadets had weapons on their side just in case. Like, it wasn't a conspiracy. It was there's no gun. But then, that's a small thing. But Earth should be able to react. And and it's again a small thing. But there's probably lots of fighters on Earth. I mean, all of the defense ships that aren't going to be attached. I mean, are you really going to attach all of the Starfleet defense ships to the network? No, they're going to be separate. They're going to be a reserve force.
It's actually kind of funny because if you play Star Trek Armada, you can send all your ships out to do search and destroy, whatever. They all go on their own, or you can build up a massive fleet, select them all, and have them engage specific targets instead of going off on their own.
Mm-hmm.
You could focus their autonomy to just focus on one thing instead of doing their own thing. And that's the way I play the game, because you have to take out stations and stuff. So it is like the fleet. So the fleet can focus on one thing. It can take out the cities on Earth. That's fine. But some of the ships could, take care of anything that's attacking the fleet as well. But I have a feeling like the fleet would get stretched pretty thin when it started moving out from Earth.
Oh God, yeah.
To go to Tellar, you're gonna be squashed pretty quickly. I'm sorry to say.
Well, because Space Dock was annihilating ships left, right, and center.
Yeah.
Like, and how good are Borg drones at repairing plasma conduits? You know what I mean? They won't have the engineering ability that the people do, and all the best engineers are dead. You've killed them. So the young people with
There's still many people surviving on all of those ships too, which are fighting back against you, like doing.
Yeah, but let's assume everyone over 25 is dead. Does the collective suddenly have engineering ability? Would they know how to fix a 40-year-old ship? Probably not. So it's a, you know what I mean? It's an interesting.
Relying on the changelings for that.
Yeah, fine, sure. That's why a Borg cube is an effective strategy. It's an insane. Doesn't matter how much you hit it, it'll fight back. Doesn't matter how many weapons it uses, it has more. Doesn't matter how many people you send at it, it can take it. That's why it's powerful. But that's the thing. The Queen is not thinking, she's revenging. She wants to kill Earth in the present so they can't be alive anymore. There's no great plan, there's no assimilation. It's kill, 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 right?
Yeah. Jars Yellow 550 thoughts. Instead of renaming the Titan, they honor Picard and crew by making the G the newest sovereign to be completed, honoring the E as well. Interesting. Probably it's better than the Titan idea, honestly. But the sovereigns, there's a lot of them in the fleet, and I don't think they're the new ones being built, kind of thing. I think there's other newer ships. So,
a Sovereign X.
Oh my God, that'd be awesome.
That'd be awesome.
Sovereign Dreadnought.
Yes, excellent.
The Dark Lord Revan, $2. Terry did say the entire Starfleet wasn't there. Well, of course.
Yes.
For him to say otherwise is silly.
Yes. But it's a really interesting situation of like the threat level. It's very movie-like, right? But I do appreciate, since you pointed out, Space Dock is wrecking shop.
It is.
But it makes you wonder. I mean, Space Dock also had young people, and it never once lost control. It also had changelings who also would have been ready to take on Space Dock, yet it managed to not lose shields, still have weapons firing. So I mean, again, it's such a small amount of people are the cadets versus anyone experienced.
Yeah.
But it's nice that Space Dock fought back. I wish other ships had fought back. I just wish there'd been any semblance of, wow, the Essex and the Rubiton, they've all,
I wish it would have been years in the making. Like the transporters had been active for years. Then the entire fleet could be,
well,
who knows how many people. But considering it was only like a couple weeks or a month since the body was stolen for the transporter thing, it's obviously confined to like the Earth area. So yeah, any of the fleet that's anywhere else can rally and take out this threat. So I mean, if they had said it was years that the changelings were infiltrating and the people were being pre-programmed with the transporters, then it's a much more impressive threat.
Yeah, well, especially as like we see somebody in Seven's crew at the end, as in the Pilshu Bridge, as a lieutenant with 2 symbol bars. He's not obviously that old, and you can't not be beamed, right? Every single person, every single show has been beamed in the last 10 weeks, for one reason or another, right? It's very standard, especially around Earth. And since people are all meeting Earth, like that, the whole fleet's accumulated. That's going to take weeks to do.
Well, that's the other thing that would be better if it was years, like a decade, because then it's not anybody under 25; it's people up to 35.
Wow,
it would fill in more of the senior ranks.
Yep,
and it would have been much more of an impressive threat.
Or unfortunately, double down and you say the changelings have infiltrated all ship captain roles. Because if you have the captains of every ship taken over, like long play, as we say, then they keep captain, Borg take young, and the captain's able to order, on Frontier Day we want all under 25s to have phasers for a great gun salute.
Yeah.
Anyway, so they're going, so they change.
We got some more super chats.
Okay.
Hold on.
Okay.
IMEC, $20.
Oh, thank you.
I like how tough Space Dock was.
Yeah.
Kind of crazy how much of a beating it took. Oh yeah. It was really getting pounded. And it took quite a while, and then the shields dropped, and then it started.
Well, it took the whole episode, like the entire time from start.
I hated there were no shield impact hits though.
They were just under the fire.
It was not very good.
No, it wasn't.
Dave, £2. Enterprise G should have been a Ross class. That would have been much more acceptable to me as well. Yeah, in honor of the Galaxy class that just saved their asses.
Yep. Oh yeah.
Yeah. All right, now we can move on.
Yeah.
So they come out of warp.
But also, last thing as they're at warp, though, Picard says, reset course computer, maximum warp. You're already at warp.
Yeah, but they weren't at maximum warp.
No, they were. No, they were. Picard said, get to Earth maximum warp last episode.
Okay, yeah. It was literally a minute ago, yeah.
But
then you hear the engine wind up, too. You hear the...
But really, all he's done is this.
Well, they were heading for Earth, and then
Yeah.
they just changed.
Yeah. But the way he plays is like, change course! But there's like... It's not an epic moment. It's the same moment, right? Small thing, and then it warps out. Beautiful shot, though. God, this flyby is absolutely stellar. I wish they'd had this model for the last episode. Because this would have looked much... I mean, imagine seeing this. Jesus Christ, with all the interiors. That would have been... It's very shiny, but... You know, they like metal. But yeah, and seeing Jupiter... Oh, beautiful. Beautiful. And the Riker
Where
maneuver.
are they? Yeah. Where are they? There. Like, you can't hear the Borg anymore, but yet you're an old, pathetic man. You can see a little black dot inside the... There's another black dot over there by Riker. Maybe it's that one. You don't know.
And how does the computer / data know where he's pointing?
Well, there's tracking software
Right.
all around.
Can I just point out, if this was a window on the Titan, you wouldn't even be able to see anything. It's a view fucking screen, therefore useful. This is why windows are not useful, because this would be... He wouldn't be able to see there's a thing to then say magnify. But it's a view screen, so it's already zoomed in. Because if you look how far away they are,
Yeah.
it's much closer than where they are. It's also flipped. Oh my god, it's flipped, Stuart. Look at the shot when they warp in. The dots on the left, on the right, but on the view screen it's on the left.
Hmm.
Oh, they fucked up the CG.
No one will notice that though. It's fine.
That
Just go with
who the hell? Just what? Oh, I know what it is, because Picard and Riker on that side. If it'd been on that side, it would have made sense. But they've already... Two different teams did it, and they said, well, we've got to flip it. Otherwise, it'll be on their heads. Oh, they messed up. I love it.
No one will notice. No one will notice.
I love it.
It's fine. Just let it go.
Guys, who noticed that they're the wrong... That they met CG errored?
I didn't.
That's beautiful. As is the shot of the cube. That's gorgeous, that shot of it peeking out. My God. I love it. It's dangerous looking.
So they listen to the signal, and basically we got to sever the connection. There's an amplifier on that thing that's broadcasting. We need to shut down. That's the plan. And I love the line, what began over 35 years ago ends tonight. It's like, oof.
Ends tonight.
The line must be drawn here, and no further.
Yes.
Yeah. Good times. And then I love the shot of the ship, too. And you pan out, and you pan out, and you pan out, and you pan out.
You never stop.
It's like, damn, that's the big cube.
I mean, it's the biggest... I mean, it's bigger than Nero's ship. It's bigger than any cube. Although, in fairness, I'm zooming... It might just be 4 cubes in diameter. Or as in, like, a tactical fusion cube size. Because now I'm zooming out. Like, best of both worlds, if you got closer... it might just be 4 cubes.
Yeah, goodbye that.
But
well, 8 cubes. If it's be a cube, there needs to be 8 of them. But
we made that joke once. One thing I'll say, when they're all on the bridge, because this show treats everybody sort of equal in terms of hero character, which, you know, there are legends. It keeps cutting to everybody, so it's a very sporadic editing. Because they want to get everyone's reactions. Normally, it would be Picard, Riker, Worf says a thing, well, he's off screen. Data says a thing, let's go to Data. And there's no one at any other stations. But it's very, very edity because there's a lot of people here. But we've got to stop at any cost, Stuart. Any cost.
it reminded me of Halloween Kills. Evil ends tonight. Or evil dies tonight, yeah. It's that so many times in that movie.
And then you cut to a very big shot. And you can just about see impact. Because I think the phasers aren't doing anything, but because the torpedoes, it looks like are causing the explosions.
Yeah.
The phasers aren't doing anything. But it's so ironic. They shot one phaser in 9 episodes. Now they're shooting all of the phasers.
Yeah, fire everything.
For real.
Torpedoes. Good job.
Now, I did also note not a single quantum is launched.
I did notice that too. No blue.
No blue. And
there's lots of sovereigns there. There's lots of bigger ships.
And in fact, the sovereign that we see in the frame does fire from its torpedo launcher. But like the Borg would surely fire quantums because quantums are significantly stronger than photons. And that would have been really cool. And also no pulse phasers from the many, many Defiants which are there. Because there are many. There's literally a squadron of Defiants doing jack shit. Just, God, can you imagine seeing like 12 quantums firing at every Defiant set? Oof.
That's the other thing. There's always like single photons. There's no spread. There's no photon spreads.
Yeah, this is not as powerful as a fleet could be. I mean, you couldn't have every ship firing at all times, and it is very impressive. But there should have been a selective few blue being fired. And if you look carefully, it's very difficult. But the space dog is shooting back, and multiple ships do get destroyed. There's an Increase gets destroyed in that frame, another ship. So the space dog is just killing people, because all these ships are mostly not 23-year-olds. So they are murdering, destroying, killing crew after crew after crew. So we thought it was bad that Terry had young people kill old people. Now Space Dog is killing people. So like, how many legends do you know from DS9? How many, many people got killed in this battle. It is a true massacre and a friendly fire.
Starfleet's had problems in the last few years. Darth Duck, €2. I miss the old phaser sound.
Yeah.
It is back. And Dave Haboda, $2. No quantums equals a cost saving for visual effects? ? Somebody said that saw one of the sovereigns fire a quantum. Maybe that's the case. I didn't see it, but yeah.
But it's a great shot though. It's a very. I would not attempt this sort of shot. It's too big.
Yeah. Then you see the Borg doing their thing on the bridge, and unsanctioned movement on deck 5, all unassimilated, must be destroyed.
Should we react? No. Right now? No. Now? No. Now? No. Now? Ah, we're shot. Why are they not waiting for them? Why don't they lock the doors? Why do they put a force field on the doors? Why do they let them come on the bridge and shoot them? It's exactly how the scene plays out. They don't even try and be stopped. And this is why they're not good Borg. Real Borg would have shields on. They were adapted to weapons.
Yeah.
It's a very strange moment.
T. Louise Allen, $2. 1,300 Earths can fit inside Jupiter's eye.
Oof. Damn.
Yeah, anyway, Seven gets there and she starts shooting people and they start transporting, which confused the shit out of me at first. But yeah, the portable personal transporter thing, that's kind of neat.
The yellow, for some reason.
Yeah, I like how she even asks, did it work or did we just kill a bunch of people? So
I don't know why she didn't just stun more people, because they could have stunned everybody. I do get why, because they had to beam them so there was people to come back to the bridge later to have the moment. Whereas if they had stunned them all...
The thing is, if you're transporting them... The thing for me is, if you're transporting them with this new fangled transporter weapon gun attachment thing, transport them and keep them in the buffer. Why rematerialize them in the transporter room? I mean, it could be they didn't have enough time to jury rig anything else, and that's just the simplest way to do it. But just transport them, put them in the transporter buffer, and store them there. You could literally, store everybody, and then no threat anymore.
And, at the very least, press the little button to the left that says deactivate all weapons in transport.
Yeah. Well, it could be that the transporter systems were jury-rigged by the changelings that were working at them for weeks. Could be that they made modifications that you couldn't do that. Nobody checked.
Or they just grabbed new phasers from the armory.
That too.
But why, at the very least, didn't you put a force field and deactivate consoles in the transporter room? Or have one person there waiting to shoot them as they beamed in? It's not a good plan. I know you had seconds to think of it, but Seven's not a very... she doesn't come across very smart in this scene. She's just sort of there. If this is meant to make me think she's a good captain, sorry.
Yeah.
It doesn't.
Well, she does say, "All right, you two, seal the lift doors and lock us in here." So she did what the Borg should have done, and
why couldn't the Borg just beam back to the bridge?
they're in the transport. Well, the transport systems were locked out.
Why couldn't they unlock them out? They've got fractal.
They were trying. They were trying. It's Geordi's daughter goes to the thing that says transport.
Wait, why didn't they lock the transporters when they knew that Seven was free? Why didn't the Borg do it?
There's other things going on. They didn't think they'd need to do that.
But the Borg have a hive mind where they have all this thought process.
But they don't. Not anymore.
So they're a bit dumb, is what you're saying.
SPS Gear 2000, €5.
Thank you.
New Enterprise G should have been another Audi. And then give 7 command of the beautiful Star Cruiser.
Well, it wouldn't have been the same class. That wouldn't make sense. You don't,
another Odyssey class.
You don't recommission the same ship again. Always just keep the F.
Yeah. Brian Donaldson, $5.
Thank you.
Why didn't the fleet destroy the Titan as soon as they retook the bridge, like they did to the Excelsior? Can't kill the future Enterprise. Yeah, I thought the same thing. Because the Excelsior crew, they retook their bridge, and then the ship because the fleet formations got pushed in front of the fleet and annihilated.
No,
I thought the same thing.
Well, I thought that was different just because the Stargazer actually changed the ship to do something. Seven didn't do anything. They took over, but they didn't do anything. So I guess that didn't flag a response.
But like you said, the Borg can communicate with each other.
Yeah.
Just tell the Borg, there's nobody on our bridge. Move this ship and destroy it.
Yep. Or beam Borg from another ship to us. Or shoot the bridge.
Mm-hmm.
There are many options.
General Grievous, $2. Beam to brig. Erect level 10 force field. Boom, done. That could also be a plan. Anyway, yes, ma'am, I'm just a cook. I had a little bit of training, but I had to go back and take care of the deli because my brother had a hernia. But you're still our pilot. No, at 7, put somebody more qualified there. Put him on, push the fire button if you need to. I know there's not many of them there, though, so. Whatever.
Wouldn't 7 be a better pilot?
Yep.
Because they're all...
So she's got to sit there and not do anything and just issue orders.
Well, Picard, that one...
That's why I like being a captain. That's what I do.
Oh. I mean, this isn't life or death of all of the Federation or anything, Stuart.
I know.
Wouldn't Raffi be a better pilot too?
Yep, 100%. But
what was she doing in this scene?
Well, she's not in Starfleet, I guess. She's in Section 31, so I don't know.
Huh? No, Starfleet Intelligence, Stuart. Starfleet Intelligence.
I know, but...
Because all she does in this scene is she sits there and says, "They're doing this!" Well, help then! Fucking hell. Because, my God, this guy piloting a single ship to save the Federation through a fleet of 500 ships firing. I mean, if this guy doesn't get promoted to Chef Level 2... I mean, I don't know, he's not going to be a pilot, is he? But I will say, I mean, civilian, I guess, uniform, despite full rank. I don't know why he isn't.
And why is he still on the ship when they reduced the ship to a skeleton crew as well? Do you need a cook? Really? When you got replicators?
Why did Admiral Kane say, "Skeleton crew, leave the cook"?
He makes a good grilled cheese, and I might want one later. It's a stressful situation. God damn it.
But it is funny that, they still have a fresh chef cook aboard. It's a fine little moment, and it's just there for Seven to be a good... Because her speeches are great. She emotes too much, and she's not the best action person, but her speeches are fantastic.
Yeah. Classic for real throws in $5.
Thank you.
Don't forget the real mass murderers of Starfleet. Deanna for literally opening the red door for Jack to go to the Queen and become Vox. Well, that was going to happen regardless, so...
Yeah.
General Grievous, $2. Fun fact, this chef now outranks Harry Kim.
Joshua says, I got promoted to sous chef.
Yes, sous
chef. Right, Ball Cube.
36% operational.
That's good.
Find that up. Most of its resources being used to broadcast, so...
Makes sense.
Oh, and then, Deanna, I've never felt anything like this. A quiet suffering. And then Data's like, I hate them. All the pain and suffering. I hate them. It's like, all right then, Data. I'm just gonna move along. I pass that.
You gonna move along home? Is that what you're saying?
Oh yes.
No, I think Data's good here. Like he would just react to things.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it makes sense, and each one of his emotional bursts does feel like a payoff to TNG and Generations.
Yeah.
I hate it. More, please. Like there's a logical structure to his payoffs.
Yes, sir. And then they're redirecting weapons and lowering shields. What's this? It's an invitation.
I'm gonna stand up and say it more dramatically.
Yes.
Director, like try it. So yes, I made it.
We got a whole set to move around in. We rebuilt this and spent lots of money. Please walk around. Don't just sit in your chair. We could have green screen that shit.
Okay, Terry. This no further.
Jersey at 220 says 7 recommended me to be made chieftain, chefintance, junior grade.
Excellent.
All right. Spaceport, 2 pounds.
Thank you.
Chef level 2.
Yeah. Lieutenant Junior Chef, man.
I do like the when they put up the computer energy signatures, and then of course Beverly had like a moment from Galaxy Quest where she's like, "Computer, isolate life signs energy signatures that mimic human neurofrequencies." I got one job on this ship. It's stupid, but I'm gonna. That was a weird. I'm glad she went with the neurofrequencies because she's a doctor. Okay, fine, but it just seemed weird and out of place to me.
That's pretty funny.
Ethan Young, $2. Harry got promoted to captain, according to Terry.
Good.
Cool.
Obviously.
Or mention it. Jesus Christ.
I mean, if Tuvok's captain, he certainly is. Yeah, good graphic, good TNG. Everyone's doing well.
Even Magel's voice here as well. Electropathic pattern located.
I do find it a bit odd that she detects a human human brain pattern. Are you saying that he's the only human on the ship? Because there isn't a Borg.
He's broadcasting. It's the one being broadcast out, so yes.
But isn't he now a Borg signal? Because he's now Borg brain. Like, she was making a distinction between Borg signals, which there isn't just a Borg signal. Like, they do recognize, they can detect a Vulcan Borg, and that still comes across, right? I was confused. Like, is there no other humans on the ship? Even Borg.
He's the only one broadcasting, though. They're analyzing the signal that's being broadcast.
But why would it be human still? Wouldn't it be just Borg?
Because it's his thought patterns. He's the one that's projecting it through his mind. So they've used that to locate his location on the ship.
I just thought it'd be all through the Borg frame, but I suppose. But yes, we'll go get him back. I'll go, and I'll go 2. Me 3, because 3 is better than 2.
Do you even hear yourself?
Yes. It's funny. It's good. Levity.
Data wants to go and they shoot him down. They're like, no.
Yes. We sort of called this last week that he also has the intimate hatred of the Queen. I would have liked him to have said something very big here. Something, she's my ex-girlfriend too. Or something. But he would definitely want to go get revenge. I appreciate his yeah, you really feel it. He did a good job.
I do love the looks that Riker gives Troy and Troy gives Riker. It's like, oh shit, this is like leading up to to Riker not coming back. So that was very well done. That was held on long. That was. I thought for a second there, like, oh shit. And then it just doesn't end there, because before they leave, you get the turnaround saying, "Serving with you all has been an honor. Bye, peace out." It's like, oh shit, maybe all 3 of them won't come back now. But
well, it was a really strong testament to the season 3 maturity versus seasons 1 and season 2. In those seasons, when Picard was saying something, he said, "When I was a child, my feelings, my long sought feelings, my love, my feelings," and you're like, oh really? In reality, this crew, it would be Riker, look at Troy. Moving on. You don't. That works, and him saying it's been an honor is all you need to say. And it works so well, right? And even Worf not saying anything, that works. It's the limitedness of it is exactly what it would be, and it felt apt, because that is it. And as someone else pointed out, which I didn't catch, he looked over to Beverly, who refused to look at him because it's that drama, and he even like gives us half smirk of like, I know, Bev, I know, you can't say goodbye. It's good, yeah. The whole crew get it. It genuinely plays like they're not going to come back, and they could not come back. And I mean, how many of you in the audience genuinely thought that is their little swan song to this crew? So
I did.
So it was
that
in my
was
brain.
a possibility. Classic for real though, $5. Someone on Twitter said that the USS Syracuse honors Terry's dad, who would drive for 4 whole hours to Syracuse to buy comic books for them.
Wow,
that's awesome.
Nice.
Justin 34, $10.
Thank you. Thanks, Justin.
What a great final episode. 10 out of 10. Picard and Jack hugged it out, and that scene gets me every time. Never knowing my dad, but raised by my grandfather, man, it gets me. Everyone was just perfect.
I just wish it was longer in more parts to let the people, do more things, etc.
Sideshow Kaz stuff throws in £5.
Thank you.
They should have made the chef the guy that cleans the chicken soup replicators. Red Dwarf reference.
Makes sense to me.
Maybe he was. Just didn't have a chance to say it in dialogue.
The chicken soup replicators. And I will say the music, every goodbye musical cue is beautiful.
Yeah.
Oh, it's just enough. And to let them walk into the lift and just close it. Oh, lovely. Lovely, lovely, lovely. And then they beam in. And again, great set design. It's just, it's basic. It's dark. It's gritty. And bloody Worf, for the first time in 2 years, he turns on the button.
For the tricorder, yeah.
Every other person, every other shot of every other episode, despite having this and having a button, they don't turn it on. They forget. In this one beaming shot, he turns it on. And then the next shot, Stuart,
it's off again.
But it is now canon. Because we saw it in a behind-the-scenes featurette, which is why we know what happens. Stupid.
Chuck A, TNG fanatic, member for 37 months now at the rank of lieutenant.
Goodness.
Says, what a fantastic episode. Great review and content, as always, Stuart and Samuel. Thank you so much, Chuck.
Well, we have lots more to come.
But they comment on how empty the cube feels. There should be thousands of drones. And the whole it's too quiet thing was great. But,
well, I wonder if because this is such a big cube, it would have been nice if Riker had said tens of thousands of drones with a cube like this. Because thousands is a normal cube. This is so much larger. Small thing.
I think he might say that, actually. Let's see what his dialogue actually says. Yeah, wow. Yeah, a cube this size, there should be thousands of drones. Armies, he says.
Yeah.
Armies was the caveat there. But, yeah. Then we see the, basically the Borg are being, like, cannibalized. And I love that, like, the flesh that's hanging on isn't really flesh. It looks like nanobots, like nano tech. But, yeah. The necrotic tissue is being cannibalized.
Yeah, that was great. And yeah, that is the drone, isn't it, from season... That is the dude in the... I was wondering, what does that mean, though? How exactly is the Queen eating human flesh on a Borg drone several decks below?
Donna?
Because that's what they kind of said.
Yeah, they say the necrotic tissue is being cannibalized, consumed.
Yeah.
But to sustain what? Or whom?
So what does that mean? What?
It's obviously keeping her alive somehow, but yeah.
How? What? But it's a good makeup and it's graphic and it's great.
Yeah, it's quite haunted house eerie kind of vibes.
And it's so simple, right? But it's so Borg. They really messed up last time. And I appreciate that we do see an actual body, because at this point I was thinking, yeah, they're not going to have any real Borg makeup people, because it's a big expense, right? They got to design, build, make costumes. But as soon as I saw a guy, this guy, I'm like, oh, they're going to do it. We're going to have a versus Borg fight. I was like, thank goodness.
Yeah.
That was cool.
Then we get the location, and he's like, it's a chamber below, past the Unimatrix array, and below the transporter platform. How could you possibly know that? No answer given.
And also, what do you mean transporter platform?
I don't know. There's probably like a massive transporter platform for the drones to beam out, to materialize on the ship. I don't know.
Because I feel like they just have site to site.
I would think so too.
Over the entire cube.
Yeah.
I mean, it's fine, obviously. Just yeah.
Glorfindel.
Oh!
Goldwyn.
I recognize his name.
Captain. Welcome, Captain. We got a new captain for the fleets.
Brett! It's you! Okay, now
On deck.
Now we have a new member, which means now you guys should join as the Dragon Ensign and to get that new video coming out in the recent things. That's awesome. Yeah, we have a few other ships that are not the hero ships. Again, check the join button for what you can get at the perk levels. If you want a hero ship that you guys recognize, like the Enterprises, the Voyagers, the Defiance, etc., that is the Admiral level or higher, or just Admiral. And Captain is a smaller ship. Wide variety of those. We made a big effort.
Not a smaller ship. It can be a Galaxy class still, just not a hero ship.
Yeah, I meant smaller Legacy, but yes.
Yeah.
And there's plenty of different designs we picked. Big variety. Awesome. Thanks so much. Those help a ton. They do. They help a big ton.
And Spaceport, £2.
Thank you.
Eats them with fava beans and a nice Chianti.
Wow. Thank you. Now, what did you think about Picard actually still being Borg connected, despite being brain patterns transferred to his organic synth body with zero?
I thought it was stupid because she says Crusher says it's entirely possible that some small piece of you, some small part, remains compatible with the hive.
What?
Yeah, I don't know.
But they don't exploit it either.
Nope, they just move on, which is great.
I'm assuming they just had to do a line dialogue to explain how he can connect. Because you can't just connect. You've got to have something. Yeah. But that's a hell of a... What?
Yeah. And this... Yeah, because they glaze right over it. Because the next thing he says is, you can't be your captain anymore. I have to go be a father. We're going to part ways now. And it's like, oh shit, now Picard's going to die.
So...
They're like, you know...
Because he's had so many demotions this week. Admiral, captain, father... Then he'll be dead. Just keeps being demoted. Yeah, and this is a beautiful little moment. I mean, Riker, I teared up both times with Riker.
Yeah.
No, Worf was fun. Like, it was him, right? You're not meant to take that as an emotional beat so much as a powerful beat. But for Riker, it's like, damn. Because, again, they said, people refer to the Nemesis goodbye. It's been an honor. Shake hands. He leaves. But the acting is what sells you. And, again, that's, I know how you felt. Obviously, but I have to say it. But I know. And that's what you want from these sorts of characters.
And then, yes, Beverly, lead me to our son. He's on the whatever. And he's like, this. Oh my God. Jean-Luc, Beverly. You thought of Jack from the beginning. You did nothing wrong. You're just trying to make her feel better. Because you don't feel that way, my man. But good man. Good for, making her feel better.
Yeah. I didn't take it as genuine either. Sorry. No. Heat of the moment, sort of.
He's assuming he's not coming back, so he doesn't want her to feel any more guilt. So, yeah.
Which is best to assume, because, what's going to happen here. But yeah, I took it as very, not disingenuous, just, yeah. But her emotion's great, and it's good acting.
Yeah, it's fantastic. Ray Ricks, £5.
Thank you.
Just saw a video with Sarah Clofton and Walter Koenig. Funnily enough, says he doesn't remember the "my father said" part. Jokes, it may have been dubbed. If my father was here, he would say, is what was going on in that speech. So.
Yes.
Anyhow.
Then,
Yes.
Oof.
Here's the new speech from Vox.
Dum 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 dum
To the
dum.
worlds of the
dum.
Federation, hear us. Your biological and technological distinctiveness will contribute to the whole. Your cultures will evolve to service the future, or serve the future.
Mm-hmm.
Peace and prosperity will spread across the galaxy. This is a kinder, softer speech.
Mm-hmm.
Peace and prosperity are good words to throw in there. You will be assimilated. You will exist in a universe without fear, a universe without loss, unbroken, perfect. Those diseases are all of the past. I love the new Borg speech, I gotta say.
Like it's no classic speech. Certainly even cooler.
Trekyards.
Fair.
General Grievous, $2. I almost got an Earth Space Stock I Love You vibe from...
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
ESB, what's that? Love You vibe from Beverly.
Oh, yes.
Almost got an ESB I Love You vibe.
Oh, a space Bok?
I don't know.
Empire Strikes Back. Obviously.
Oh,
obviously.
Yeah, I knew. Yes, all right, gotcha. Yeah, General Grievous is the same.
Now, I'm excited to do our comparison on how close a suit truly is to Locutus, because to me it kind of gives off a biker suit vibe. Like it's faux leather, faux material. Like it's way more techno.
He looks like a tank though. Like he's definitely like bigger than Locutus.
But I actually really appreciate it. It does seem silly in one sense to give him the exact same headpiece as Locutus, but also, like, that was picked by the Queen for a reason. That reason's probably the same reason. Like, why would there be more than one headpiece, right? For your designated special officer. So I kind of like it. It works on several layers. The only thing I did think, which took me out of it for a good second, in this one scene, he sounds so British. Whatever he's doing...
It's awful, don't do that.
Yeah, because normally he's like, oh, he's sort of British. But here, his accent's so much stronger. I don't know, because we haven't heard from him for an episode. But he's like, that Borg is British. Holy, because Patrick doesn't sound British to me. He just sounds like Guy. This guy sounds British. And really did not sound intimidating. It's like, all right, lads, we're going to assimilate you then, mate. It's like, well, that's not really... So I thought that was an oddity. But yeah, did not expect full makeup and whatever. Although, as we see later, he's not assimilated in any way because... I'm back! I'm all good! So he's clearly not assimilated, he's just been plugged in, right? Because they don't assimilate anymore, they evolve. So, and because he doesn't have the gene to be infected, I guess. It's just the headpiece. It's a much, much worse version of assimilation, which is not assimilation. Just saying.
Yeah.
Because Patrick wasn't, whatever, you know.
But the Queen's like, you both have come home.
Yes, we get the reveal. It's HR Queen. Because that is definitely alien inspired. And it is gruesome, Stuart. It is,
It is horrific.
boy, if Date had been there, he would like, I hit that once. Yeah, that's real dark. It's not super Alice Kriegian. Like, there's a lot of other stuff going on here. But also not the new one that we saw in season 2. It's kind of a thing.
Yeah. And I guess this is the thing that Vatic was talking to. But I don't see the connection necessarily.
And I'm also trying to, like, I know obviously it's stuff's happened, right? But she's got a rib cage. She's connected via tubes. I don't know, like, the last one we saw blew up in an explosion. So this presumably was another queen that was just on, and then her body was disintegrating. So she, like, I don't understand what this is, right? I don't
either, man.
Because
she talks about later, saying she was alone. The silence was deafening. There was no roads they could travel. There was nothing they could do.
I don't know why there's no roads you could travel. Just Go back in time. You do that.
I don't have the energy for that. Or the
Well.
collective mind to do so.
Well, no,
Grievous.
you don't need it because the Queen did it while being entirely alone in the alternate universe. So a Queen can do it by herself.
General Grievous, $2.
Thank you.
Imagine if Vox spoke in Cockney accent as Borg.
Yeah,
Vox,
yes.
Vox of Borg. I can't do it. Anyway. Jerzia,
Nope.
$2.20. Somehow, the Borg Queen returned.
Yes. A Borg Queen.
Palpa Queen. Yeah.
Oh, Stuart Perry. It's only a scratch. Take a little aspirin and buff it out. It'll be fine in the morning. Yeah, but it is an amazing practical effect. It's horrible. It's gruesome. And the linking, obviously, to her being in the sky links to her first time in First Contact. But she is incredibly vulnerable. Despite the fact that he can't shoot her, she doesn't move, she doesn't do anything, she has no ability, she can't nanoprobe. There's nothing she can do physically. She's a very
He does shoot her in a minute.
Yeah, force field, but she herself is entirely inactive to the plot. Like, why are there no drones? Like, I really wish there'd been some drones that could, like, be inside of Patrick, or Picard, sorry. Like, she clearly has active drones still that are entirely fine. I wish there was a sense of a collective here. But again, there's no time to explore it. Zip, 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 next. Because we're taking more time discussing these scenes than they did to film them, even. Not really, but like...
Yeah. We should probably...
Let's go, you know?
Yeah. Tanushi, though, €5.
Thank you.
My headcanon, the Queen can manifest on any cube she chooses out of spare biomass and nanoprobes. Yeah, 100%.
Well, I think all the nanoprobe tech is destroyed, because that's what we saw in Prodigy. Yeah. She clearly is not that tech anymore, so... Yeah.
But back on the Titan, they see the Enterprise D by Borg Cube, and Raffi's like, that old piece of shit? That ancient technology? Like, so disrespectful. But anyway.
And also, Raffi was probably alive. It was a famous ship her entire childhood. She's not that old.
Oh, yeah.
I mean...
Kit 10K. PayPal in with $10.
Oh.
The Borg change, while not my favorite thing, is still understandable. The Queen had pretty much lost everything and is completely filled by vengeance and insanity. So I can see her going that way.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
This Queen.
Yeah. It's very much a vengeance plot against Starfleet and the Federation.
It's a lot simpler than normal Borg plots.
Yeah.
Okay, so Raffi was 8 when the... Oh, 11, sorry. Raffi was 11 when Enterprise D was at Farpoint. So she was 18 in Season 7, and she was in the Academy when it crashed on Viridian. So she would have learned about the D in school. Wait. No, she's lesbian.
Sex ed class for that,
yeah. I didn't mean
Ray
that.
Ricks.
It's funny.
£2. Probably Susanna Thompson Queen running around.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah.
So Seven's like, yeah, it's not connected to the fleet. That makes perfect sense. All right, they're doing their thing. That's fine. We need to take care of things here. We need to break the fleet automation if possible. And then we get the whole, it's line of sight propagation. That's stupid. Because I had said, why didn't they just cloak when they came in? I'm like, that wouldn't have made any sense.
Oh, no, yeah.
As soon as they came out of warp, it would detect it like a wireless signal. There's another ship here. And, like, grab it, right? So I thought, okay, the cloak doesn't make any sense. But no, line of sight propagation in the future, that's the stupidest thing I've ever heard in my life. So as long as they can't see us, they can't control us. That's not how computer systems work. I have a Wi-Fi system in my house. As soon as my phone comes into it, guess what? It connects.
Line of sight, Stuart, because you point at the rotor.
Yeah, I got to go up to the rotor and go, hey, all right, my phone's home. Can you please, like... No, that's not how that works. Whatever. Future.
Okay, two notes. One, I actually teared up a little bit when Rafa read out 71D, because the power of those phrases... Yeah, I hadn't heard that yet. That was powerful. But I love you just pointed out, Stuart. That's so poignant, because this whole season's taking place in 1 week.
Yeah.
Shaw was going to be at Earth for this engagement. So he already had the ship and the briefing about this maneuver. So he would know line of sight, which means Seven would have been briefed on line of sight, which means that she would know a cloak would stop it, which means they would have walked in having pre-discussed the plan. The plan would be to cloak and he'd come in and you're immune to the line of sight bullshit. You did not just find out now how it works. You would have space Googled how this thing works that we're going to go into. You're right, there's an absolutely giant plot hole. They did not learn it right now. That's insane.
Yeah.
They should have been cloaked from the start. Damn it, Stuart. And you can still hail while cloaked because Chang does it.
Yeah. When they warped in the last episode, I'm like, why didn't you just turn the cloak on? Oh. And then I'm like, oh, wait a minute, that wouldn't make any sense because as soon as the ship came out of warp or got in contact range, it would
damn it.
It would automatically get engaged with the fleet thing.
Yeah, that's great.
Love it.
I love it.
Let's see. Oh, I've got some super chats here.
Oh, actually, I suppose I should probably finish the poll there briefly. 515 votes. And I'm actually going to post this. I asked, which was a better end to the TNG crew? Nemesis, All Good Things, Picard Season 3, Episode 10. Stonking victory. This episode of Picard wins at 65%. All Good Things being 32%. And Nemesis being like 10 people at 3%. Wow. Damn, that is a pretty strong win on that side. Congrats, Terry Batas. He just outdid a movie and an epic, one of the famous ends of all franchise ever.
Best endings to a television series ever.
Amazing. Yeah. I'm going to do a new poll.
Yeah. Bradley Thomas, $2. Newborn Queen equals Swamp Witch from the 80s legend. Yes, absolutely Swamp Witch. SPS Guru 2000, €5. Raffi was also Picard's XO. She should know her former boss's previous ship. Somebody had a really cool theory as to why she called him JL. Remember at the end of Nemesis in the cutscene? I don't even think it's the cutscene. Yeah, it is a cutscene. Where Riker says to the new XO, by the way, he really likes to be called Jean-Luc. And and he calls him, the new XO calls him Jean-Luc, and Picard's kind of like, eh. So the theory goes that the next XO, when giving the change over to Raffi, says, yeah, he really likes to be called JL. And she called him that, and Picard just was in a mood and never corrected her, and it just became a thing. I kind of like that as retconning for the JL thing. So, but I'm glad since season 1. General Grievous, $2. This queen equals insane Clone Wars Spider Legs Mall. And another $2 from General Grievous. Like the old IR blasters on phones and laptops. LOL. Oh yeah, the infrared.
Bryce, did anyone notice that some of the comm badges had a gold backing? Yes, no one noticed it at all. Yeah, no one.
We got a whole video coming out about it. It's super important.
No one meant. Of course, I mentioned it.
Bradley Thomas, $2. Just play Beastie Boys to disrupt the signal. Yes. My God, man. That's brilliant.
Or Klingon Opera. You know, either one. That's great.
Kit PayPal $5. It says, what do you guys think? Who'd win? Both fully crewed. I hate these fucking things. But anyway, the Scimitar versus the Shrike.
Scimitar.
The Scimitar.
Easy.
Yeah.
Maybe Portal Tech, but like Firewall Cloaked, it wins instantly. Basically instantly.
Yeah.
Okay, this is going to be a hard poll, but also I hope it's really easy.
A lot of people prefer when the polls are hard. So the new poll is: are the Borg destroyed for good? No more cubes, queens. They're finally destroyed. That's the wrong there, by the way, but that's okay. So the options are gone for good, or this queen is dead. More Borg live. I think a lot of Borg live. They're just not connected and therefore not a threat. So. I love the whole tactical upload every prefix code we have for the entire fleet. Scramble their shields.
Ah, we're here now, are we?
We are.
I didn't notice this I didn't register it the first time, but I'm glad you brought it up.
Yes.
Thoughts?
It's a good strategy. But I don't know. I don't see much of a problem with it. Are they going to have everybody? Well, they probably would have everybody's prefix code, but wouldn't the Borg have locked those out? That's my only concern.
Also, briefly, here's the guy I was talking about. This guy is like 26. Look at him, right? He's like 26, 27. He's lieutenant. That means all lieutenants. Only ensigns. So many of the crew should be alive. I'm just saying, this guy is not old looking. This guy looks younger to me than Jack Crusher. Because Jack Crusher's actually 32. But, like, this guy's as old as he's fine. Just saying. Okay, so prefix code was super interesting to me because that should be game over. This is an explicit plot point to allow the Titan to phaser the fleet and destroy ships. If they
should also be able to take over the ship. That's what a prefix code's for.
Sure, absolutely.
In totality, yeah.
But explicitly, their shields are down, which means that a single torpedo from Space Dock will be able to disable a ship. Why is Space Dock just not wrecking the entire fleet now?
Because Space Dock would definitely have all the prefix codes.
Also that, but I didn't even think about that. But why, like, they do not say Space Dock's out of armaments. This shit is still firing weapons. Like, this should be game over for this Borg fleet. All their shields are down. Instant win by Space Dock. Or launch shuttle with phasers. They could, like, instant win.
Well, there's so many fleet ships that even if all the shields went down, Space Dock might have a hard time targeting everybody. I mean, there's a lot of
weapons.
Just
go in a row though. Just go left to right.
I know. I'm trying to come up with a reason.
Because it's just because a single phaser.
But it was after this that I noticed ships were getting destroyed.
There's a few earlier.
One hit, like,
yeah,
just gone. So I just assumed it was because of the prefix codes.
No, there's a first shot where you see an Inquiry and a Sovereign get blown up.
Yeah,
but I was kind of expecting the battle to be over here the second time, which is weird because we'd already seen it, but because that's a very good reference. But yeah,
Dave Hadoba, $2. Why didn't Space Dock just use prefix? Exactly, they would have known them. I would assume that the Borg would have locked those out or changed them instantly. That's one of the first steps.
Well, the changelings who had time to plan with the Queen.
That's the other thing. Yeah. Because it would have been changed.
Because the Borg aren't smart. The changelings are. They would have this plan, which is why you could have had that be a subplot. Imagine Tuvok walking through the Space Dock sets, Titan sets, just like doing things. 7 versus Tuvok would have been a nice, fun, like tet for tet. Would have been kind of cool. This is why it should have been 2 episodes, Stuart.
I saw a really funny meme before the live. Picture of Girardi, or Borgatti.
Yep.
And it's like, just woke up from my nap and I have 300,000 unread text messages. What's going on? Did I miss something?
She transwarps in. It's like, what did I miss?
Yeah. Anyway,
yeah, I like that. That's good.
7 gives a little bit of a nice speech about families and children's and getting the, we're all that's left of Starfleet. Blah, blah, it's up to us. So, and then they cloak. Next scene.
And that was funny because that was also reused from the other cloak shot. Just they added some lens flares to the bottom to show, look, battle. Made me laugh because it's like, oh, there you go.
Yeah. Let's see. 288 people here with 254 likes. That's pretty good. Well, let's try to get to 300 likes, guys. Hit that like button.
And vote in the poll.
Yes. SPS Guru 2000 throws in €10. If their shields are down, it also shows the dumbness of the tight fleet formation. You can take out one ship and the explosion would take out at least or cripple the entire formation. Yes, because antimatter explosions in games such as Bridge Commander and stuff, if you're too close to the explosion, you also get damaged and or destroyed. So yes, they are quite tight formations as well. So yeah.
But you think this would all be part of the plan? They've had weeks or months to plan this. They would know. I mean,
I want to know what the fleet formation is though, because there's those circles with little.
Yeah.
It's like a word almost, and it's like, why that?
I know what it is. It's fuck you in Changeling.
I said that last week. I said it's fuck you in Borg.
There you go. That would be good though, because we do see a language in a previous episode.
Yeah.
That would be pretty great.
There we go. Anyway.
Oh yeah, Bryce. Couldn't someone have said target their weapons engines only? Yeah, she's just killing people flat out. But anyway, but so Patrick, you're not his mother. Oh, shit. You could have stunned Jack.
Yeah.
That might have worked. Just stun Jack and
then we get the explanation. There was only I, unimaginable loneliness. And Jack and I share that. He sought me out. He found me. It's like, okay.
As my children died one by one, his voice became stronger.
You left us poisoned. No worlds to consume, no roads by which to return. Just the cruelty to die by starvation and age.
Why would age be a factor? The Borg are thousands of years old.
Yeah, I know. But without the nanotech to keeping their bodies alive, because they're essentially like zombies, right? So maybe they started to decay, so age, yeah, after like a couple months, they start to stink in there.
But in theory, the nanotech only came in with Voyager, because we won't see them doing that in TNG. Retcon a la retcon, but no, like as we said, Aaron from Prodigy, his headcanon, the way he wrote the episode was that his team, like, they haven't got nanoprobes, it's pre that tech. Different teams, obviously, but I don't know what the fuck this woman's trying to be. Why is there a tube in her face, and what is it doing?
Well, this is the whole, it's not assimilation anymore, it's evolution. So, okay.
What?
Great. Yeah.
How are you evolving or just mind controlling people who've been beamed? How's that evolution? And how are you procreating?
Well, all the DNA on the people in Starfleet have been altered, so when they reproduce, should Borg people reproduce, it would pass on to the next. So that's how they would propagate.
So she'll come.
It would take forever for them to raise up an army.
So you're saying that she can have Jack say, attack, fuck, doggy, attack. And then the Borg signal keeps going and they control the babies?
Yep. And the Borg babies are terrifying.
And the Klingon Armada is not going to come in and attack all 1-year-olds. They're going to wait until they're in their 20s.
That's not honorable. No, you can't
Stuart, the Great Triple Hunt. This will be the Great Baby Hunt.
Ooh, that's awful. You're a bad person.
Well, clean triples. But it doesn't really work as a strategy. I know the Queen has a long play. And also, is she meant to live through all this? Are those children meant to be as powerful as the Borg? Are they going to build cubes? How are they... Like, drones are meant to be powerful, super strong, super tech, super advanced. I guess maybe she'll have all the people who are similar, like, brain assimilated come and get converted? I guess? But she says there's no need to eat metal or whatever she says. I don't get what... And if she does assimilate them with tech, then you haven't evolved them. And then a Borg in full bodysuit is really going to have sex and make babies? Is the bodysuit going to expand to have a baby? It doesn't... I don't get it. It doesn't really... Because she's just mind controlling people. There's nothing else to it. That's it.
Yeah.
It's a non-fleshed out... You know what it could have done with Stuart? More than one episode.
I agree. 3 would be great.
Yeah.
Classics for real shows in $2. Terry has Gen X Angst. That's 25-year-old who's murdering themselves.
Yeah, and what do you guys think about the evolution thing? I really want to know what you guys think. I want to get the reaction, because I don't know. It comes across as weird, and a huge step back to me.
All right.
Oh, I love his line of, "No, take me instead. You want me?" It's like, yeah, 35 years ago you were young. What do you? I don't want you. Shut up. What an idiot.
Yeah.
And also, how is that his plan then? Was his plan really to walk in, attempt to shoot her, and then give yourself in with no plan? And do you think she's gonna give up the beacon for the voice for the mouthpiece? Like, you're not useful here, Picard. Have a plan. At least bring in a fake grenade. Oh wait, that was Vadic's plan.
Yeah. But back to the fleets. So they decloak and they start firing at will. They just start firing at ships.
No, Will's on the Borg cube strip.
This is pretty impressive. And I assume it would take a couple seconds to lock onto them once it gets line of sight again. But
God, look at that! Look at that side shot. Jesus.
I know there's some great animations here. Great shots.
And it feels like good parting, but it's just behind them. Let's be honest. It's not actually that good parting.
Yeah.
But they're just, I mean, she is just massacring crews. I mean, is she any better than Locutus? Because every one of these ships has survivors who are trying to take it back. Every single one.
Yeah.
And also very thin phasers. They're like laser pointer size. They should be at least 50% thicker. At least, if not more.
Yeah, but cloaking and decloaking, and
also, how are their shields taking impacts from an entire fleet? Like this. I mean, they're not going to take that many impacts. They could be 45 phaser beams hitting them. They're not going to win against this. I'm shocking they got two sets round.
Yeah.
So Worf and Riker find a box, and Riker makes a joke of, "I hope these Borg don't come back to life." Ha ha! No audience. That. And then we get the reveal of man who needs a chapstick really badly.
Okay.
Well, look at his lips, Stuart. Which is good. I mean, meant to be, dying Borg. You should make it look as horrible as possible. And poor man, he looks not very good.
Yeah.
But they do all exact same turn-on effects from First Contact. It's very, yeah, he's coming to get you.
Here we get the whole changeling thing. You struck a deal with Vadic and her changelings to be your weapons across the galaxy. They too shared the anger of a generation lost to Starfleet. Together we weaponized your biology. You've rewritten our machine code into genetic code. We've no need to devour raw materials, consume flesh or metal. Not now that we can reproduce, procreate. Procreate forever, out into the stars. It's going to take a long time. A new generation of Borg. Okay. With a single purpose. Not just to assimilate, but to annihilate.
It's much quicker just to walk aboard and go Borg, 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 and then 5 minutes they'll. Did you remember Lynch from First Contact?
It's a Lynch, yeah.
I think making a Borg in a birthy kind of way would take longer in that situation. I think the E would have been screwed. Yeah, imagine if this queen took over the E. Right, we'll take them over, make them breed. We'll wait 25 years, then there'll be a force versus.
Well, if they had the long game in mind, do this over the course of 100 years, genetically infiltrated the society, then activate everybody, then you got something. But this, doing it 2 weeks in, it's kind of just not working for me.
Or you do a gene bomb. It's an aerosol which changes your DNA, or and then you infect everybody, because that would work better actually if the transporters infected some people, and there's an aerosolized version which gets everyone else. Then every other ship was controlled except Titan, and the bomb launched and everyone's under control.
And the Stanleys asked if Elnor was on the Excelsior. No, Terry said he was not.
But it could have been another ship that got blown up, or he could have been killed by anyone else.
Yep.
He wasn't killed on that ship. But is he ever 25? We don't know. Maybe. Don't know. Probably not. Maybe. He either murdered people, or he was murdered. Or he blew up. Or he survived in a closet. Pick.
Then we get a Borg fight. 2 Borg drones against Riker and Worf. Worf's chopping off limbs and gets blasted twice. And, all the Starfleet guys get out of the transporter with them. Who cares?
Yeah, force field it. Jesus Christ. Yeah, you skipped quite a lot there, didn't you? Right, visually. And the Borg
Oh,
fight.
there's nothing there. That's just all over her speech.
Yeah.
I just read her entire speech. So.
Yeah. And I do like the Borg, but they're so chunky boys. Borg are normally quite lean. And the only thing I didn't like about this Borg fight is it is very dark and it's very blurry, as if they know we're in one corridor and only half it's really a Borg set, half it's still a EDO set or something like that. So they're not really confident to let us linger. Or we've always seen these Borg in other alcoves earlier, so we can't like linger on them. So it's a bit quick cutty. Like trying to find a single shot of reference for our episode was like, it's blur. And also, like, did Worf cut anything? First contact? No.
He got an arm off. Yes, he did.
He did? I couldn't tell.
Yeah, slices right through an arm.
Okay,
yeah.
I knew he cut into it, but I don't know if he cut it off. It was very unclear. It was very dark. And then Worf gets shot. I do like the guns, but yeah, they put tubules. Use damn tubules.
Metallica fan 1442, £5. I kind of expected a Klingon fleet to decloak to help out the disabled Federation fleet. Worf called in a favor, like in TNG.
Yes, that'd been cool.
Bradley Thomas, $2.
Thank you.
Should have been a Queen Changeling hybrid. Yes, I agree.
Yes.
That would have made more sense for the face as well, because it couldn't quite form.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, they sacrificed a Changeling to give her a form.
And it also explains why she had to cut off her hand to communicate with her. Because it was part of...
Yeah.
It was connected to her. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mina Haroon, $5.
Thank you.
Borg didn't need fleet maneuvers to control the fleet. They were controlling the crews. Earth's space stock should have used fleet maneuver to take control from the Borg. Yeah, who was initiating the fleets? Well, I guess all the Borg were the fleet maneuvers, but
well, the assumption was the Changelings were in control of the fleet command.
Yeah, that's true.
Because they were specifically at the highest ranking levels of Starfleet for a thing. The thing was to control the fleet and the echelons of power, and the Borg are there to massacre the crews. It's just they don't mention the Changelings almost at all, but they should be very important to the plan.
And SVS Guru 2000 throws in €10.
Thank you.
Back in Voyager, the Queen planned a biogenic weapon to assimilate Earth gradually. Should have used that here. Take over the fleet, then give them the weapon to use.
Mm-hmm.
The thing is that she's been effectively disabled. So this last-ditch effort is the best she can come up with. She's not thinking properly, and she's also doesn't have the resources to do all that stuff. So
I genuinely love the idea of the Borg Queens are designed to be a center point to the noise that is the collective. And so when unplugged, and you know that because the pathogen, we assume, destroys the ability to connect as well, like in any meaningful way, maybe to limited amounts of drones, but not in the way she's used to. So this voice, who lives in other voices, now only has her own head and like 1,000 others. That means her own personality has to grow to fill in the loss, but she's not designed to have a personality, like a true one. And then she thinks, and then I have to defeat them, but now she's thinking personally. It's a fun way of saying she went crazy. You know, you can't just plug out a dedicated weapon, AI, the Borg Queen, and make it do something radically different. It's good. It works.
But the Borg cube starts firing at the Enterprise, so the Enterprise has to do some evasive maneuvers.
I'll be honest, I forgot the Enterprise was in at this point. We had a long stretch of no Enterprise.
Yeah.
It's a cool shot. It's a very cool shot, this one.
Yeah, direct hits those 68% shields.
Mm-hmm.
So
I'm kind of surprised it had that much shields, to be honest. I thought it was going to get down to 10% in one hit. And isn't this shot from one of the calendars? The D flying out against a red nebula, like one of the famous ships of the line things, like a red Jupiter, like a Borg thing behind it. There's like a calendar which is almost like this with the green laser.
It's something similar.
It's really similar. I thought it might be a homage to that. And I love. This is a Borg. This is an Enterprise D flying. It takes that long to fly across a Borg's cube. Think about it for a second. That's how big it is, and those antennas are the length of a. I love the size differential here. It's insane, insanely sized.
Yeah.
I love it.
Back on the cube, Worf
Oh.
is injured, so
Hold on.
Riker needs to
CG
grab the sword.
Sparks. CG Sparks Enterprise D. I love the in front of camera. Like, that's a stock footage pack. I love it.
We don't want to damage the set.
Yeah. Yeah. I just love the lo-fi of that. And I bet the actors were like, Terry, you want to do this again? Yeah. Just you did it for years. And left, right. I bet they got flashbacks.
Yeah. Oh, Riker tries to pick up the sword, and he's like, "Oh shit!" Didn't realize it was that.
Literally,
heavy.
he says, "Oh shit."
Yeah, he does. And then the hilt, and he got a little phaser in there. That's kind of cool, actually. Gotta say.
Well, it's very much like a cane with a sword in it.
Yep.
Weapon and a weapon. And it's such a weird time to have a joke about the sword gag, but it makes sense. I mean, this is who Riker is. And I feel like I recognize the disruptor as being like a Romulan spy weapon, or
we don't get the joke yet because we cut back to the Titan kicking some butt in the fleet. It's very interchanging here, intercutty.
But yeah, I like the disruptor. It's certainly solves the problem of the people. Anyway, yeah, more pew pews. And we see them firing from both the ball turrets and here's I'm glad you got the frame. All phasers are firing. So no, Stuart, they're not specific phaser emitters, they're just ball turrets which fired phasers.
Yep. Next. Oh, yeah, they're using predictive algorithms to find out where they are now. So even though they're cloaked, they're still like...
Wait, they predict now?
They predict now.
Thank you. Oh, I kind of expected one torpedo without shields would just F the ship up. I don't know why more wasn't made of that, because like that's enough to surely cause a lot of damage. Anyway. And why can't they grab control every time? If it's line of sight, they clearly have line of sight. Why is the computer having a... Why is there such a delay factor to
There's a
take
line
over?
of dialogue saying they're trying to reinitiate
Yeah.
command.
It's not working.
But...
Do it. The Borg will adapt. Just saying.
Ian Mooney, 5 pounds. The Borg can't be dead. One already traveled back in time to meet 7 in Voyager with the Borg Future Tech hollow emitter for EMH.
No.
That's the 24th century Borg, or...
No, that's not what happened. No, that was... She accidentally beamed with a broken mobile emitter. Her nanoprobe was integrated with it, which then made a 20th century Borg equivalent. That was on Time Travel Borg. That was a accidentally created 29th century Borg in the present. So he wasn't from the
theoretical
future.
Yeah. Future Borg.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Misremembered, but I get the episode. A great episode. Really, really good. The guy's very good in that role.
He plays a Nazi as well in the episode of Voyager.
Yes. Oh, which is first? Actually, which one was first?
I'm not sure.
I don't know either.
But he's the one that has B'Elanna knocked up.
Yep.
So.
Yeah. Okay. But yeah, more pew pews, and then Riker kills them in one shot and done. And then the Borg fall down twice because the editor uses the same. He intercuts at the wrong point. And it's very obvious. Because whereas they've only got like 4 seconds of footage, they make it last for 6, and it's like they already fell.
Metallica fan 1442, member for 22 months at the rank of lieutenant.
Thank you.
So, yeah, when the torpedo goes through the hull in Star Trek 6, you really feel it. Surely should be similar with the Titan if hit. Well, the one that does and like just as they're cloaking, it like basically explodes. I think right beside the ship.
Yes, didn't hit it. Yeah.
Doesn't quite hit it. It's like a proximity thing.
Yeah, but don't you think that the Borg would be easier to kill here? It was. Why didn't they go down the phases then? Wait. Oh, they did have phases. And they destroyed them.
They don't have phasers.
Yeah, they got destroyed. Which I guess explains why they shot them first, rather than the people. Because if you can shoot the phaser in the hand, just shoot them. Whatever. Anyway, very easy to kill.
And then, yeah, back on the ship. Doctor, I didn't have time to work on the weapons system, so you're going to have to do that manually. Yep. Boom, boom, boom.
And she lets loose. Thank God he put lots of torpedoes in. Now, I will say the Enterprise is quite badly lit in this scene. It looks like a toy from a video game. It looks like Fleet Command, honestly.
Yeah. I love seeing the phaser ring do its thing, though.
Yeah. But this is so complicated. It's not very good CG from a aesthetic point of view, but from a cool point of view. And yeah, I love the fact they're firing the phasers on the bottom of the secondary hull, because there are 2 strips there. Basically everything goes off. I absolutely adore the fact that as they zoom out, the one torpedo is still lingering, because it does take a few seconds to travel. So it's a very small note, but as a good direction. And I guess the Borg stopped firing at that point, even though they could totally kill them. Because, boy, you should probably kill the Enterprise D, but they just stopped firing. I don't believe for a second they would disable all the weapon emitters on a giant 4,000 kilometer Borg cube. Sorry. I don't think that's possible.
Dennis Hernandez, $5. Loved it.
Yes.
Snake Path in the Death Star was a bit much of a lower decks joke to me. But meh. To the Titan G, give me the Enter Q's G.
Titan G.
Yeah, the path, which we're going to get to in a second, is very reminiscent of those old screensavers, the old pipes screensaver. So,
but yeah, everyone takes a brief moment as the world is ending to say,
swords are fun.
No, they say how did you know how to fire these weapons? And she's like, 20 years, man.
Lots happened in 20 years.
But it's like she also was captain once on the Enterprise D. She fought a Borg ship. I'm sure she's done tactical training. And there are buttons that say fire. Who's it that shot a torpedo? Oh yeah, what's his name? It's not that hard to fire weapons if Murph can shoot a torpedo with his butt. And also, not Elnor, guy from Prodigy, main guy, also shot with his butt. He destroyed the Enterprise D. Dal. Like, and even Voyager, they've accidentally fired a torpedo and shot the wrong ship, so it's not that hard. I'm sorry, it's not. You just shot down.
I think it was the. Like, he did like boom, 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 which got them impressed.
I would just like put every button that says fire on. Also, why can't Data shoot at the same? Why can't Data shoot from that station? Why can't I reroute and just like he's Data? He can go.
But he's not Data because he's not an android anymore.
Well, he's a synth organic. He's got fast hands, surely.
Can't go that fast. No.
You don't think he can go fast?
No. No, it's basically human now. So.
Well, he's still got super hearing because Dal Soji does. She could hear from blocks away.
Yeah, but it's implied that he's the new golem body like Picard, which is so human that it doesn't have all those advantages.
But that was only limited for Picard.
But he can still project holograms from his eyes, I guess.
Yeah, no, that was. Well, and also if you connect him to the mainframe, he acts as a ship's computer, so he clearly has he says all the tech of a person. No, because Picard's version of the body was actively disabled. It only worked as a human. Why would Data want no powers? I assume he's still as strong as Data, at least mostly. I mean, that's true. We haven't clarified that, but I would have assumed he's mostly.
I assumed he's more human than anything. But
that's a good question for Terry. Actually, that's a really good clarification.
Tanushi, €2. The last time she weaponized the star against a Borg.
Yeah, she's actually a Borg killer. Actually. Yeah, actually.
And they upload the beacon, whatever, to the and Troy gets it, which is great. Gets something to do. So good news is there's a clear road to it, but the bad news is it's in the center of the cube itself.
That's hilarious. Yeah.
Then you get the little winding.
That's great.
Which, yeah, it's a screensaver. Matthew Lebner, $10.
Thank you.
I missed most of the discussion today, but just wanted to publicly say thank you to you both, including behind-the-scenes people that help. I appreciate all the work and time, and it's greatly appreciated. Thank you, Matthew.
Thank you.
I appreciate you.
Because, I mean, how many videos have released this season? It's at least 4 a week. 4 a week.
5?
4 a week for 10 weeks, plus the one that we had 14 in a week.
No, just 4 or 5. 4 or 5 a week. Whatever. Nobody does that. 4 or 5 videos is what we've done.
A week.
This is clearly a joke. And you're just like...
I know.
Okay.
My brain isn't connecting with your reality. I can't deal with it. So at least 60 videos, I'd say.
But yes, calculating possible routes. And there's lots of different routes.
Oh wow! This is cool. Yeah, each route is like 10% probability. That's cool. That goes by so quick. I didn't even see that the first time. That's great.
It's a good graphic.
In fairness, it is a 30-year-old ship's computer. Maybe a newer computer will be able to do it better.
It's going to be impossible. No computer, not even my daughter, can navigate us through this.
Brag much?
Yeah. And then Data's like, I have a feeling. No, you don't, Data. That's indigestion. It's the cheesecake you ate 2 days ago. Anyway.
Your 14th plate of cheesecake, Data, you insisted on having.
And Jordy's like, I told you no. The answer is no. I'm in command. And it's like, look, statistically, probably, yes, it's nearly impossible, but I think I can do it. And he gets very lore-like, even kind of like has a little bit of a stutter and like a little bit of a eye twitch a little bit. And it felt very... He gets mad, which I think is what really does it for lore. But, yeah.
It's so almost out of character that it's really fun.
He's just frustrated nobody's listening to him.
Well, it's also really, really hard to express that you have more to offer, because he could do this in TNG. He's not a pilot, and also the confidence factor, because Data wouldn't say that this way. Obviously, you'd say the odds dictate this, best not. But now he's like, but
he's not a pilot, and he's not at the helm console. And even when you see his fingers flying over the things later, there's no helm controls there. They're just random buttons. But that's all right. I don't care.
Helm, buttons, you precious little helm, buttons, where are you? There's no helm buttons here.
They're over on that console. Gotta go over there.
Well, that's what I said. That would have been such a nice moment if he yells at Geordie. Geordie's like, yes, Data, take the helm. If he stands up, sits in helm, and says, oh, this one's more comfortable. Click, starts flying, and then Joy says, Deanna, take the con. She's like, okay, sit, go. That would have been great.
Take ops, yeah.
Yeah.
Aeon, $3 Canadian.
Thank you.
I hope Wesley returns a bad guy, the evil brother. We'll go play Star Trek Online.
He's also a traveller with unlimited power, so let's not be a bad guy. But I like the confidence here. I would feel sad for Marina, because she's here and she has like one line every 2 pages. Like, she's so out of...
She's lucky to have that with the way her character was developed, honestly.
But I do like...
Anyway, yeah, we get...
yeah.
Matt Boardman, $5. Ooh. Don't forget, the Enterprise D bridge was always designed so that the front 2 consoles are interchangeable.
I'll let you take this.
Matt.
No.
Helm is always on the right. Operations is on the left. Operations, you can do pretty much anything. Damage repair, damage control, transporter, everything from ops. Helm is helm. It's navigation and it's helm. It's that's all it is. Play Starfleet Bridge Crew. I know it's an only game. Star Trek Bridge Crew. It's only a game. I get it, but no. They are reconfigurable panels, and you could probably do it. You could probably move all the stuff over, given enough time, and just fly from one console or do anything from one console. But no, there's dedicated stations. Sorry, Matt. I love you, man. I really do. But I'm going to fight you on that one.
Because if there was a specific moment when Data says, transfer helm to my station, and then Crusher does it, and like I said, the display swaps to the helm display, perfect. You could do it, 100%, but they don't do it. Yeah, I haven't got a huge thing. It's just again, the 2 episodes length. You can have time for the really nitty gritty fun stuff.
Yeah, I'm gonna fight you on that one, Matt. We'll talk about that later. But anyway, get 10K, PayPal $5 in, and says, well, Samuel, the Enterprise D may have unintentionally, obviously, caused a blind spot in the Borg sensors to give them a breather, if only for a moment or two.
Sure. I mean, do you know how big this cube is? I mean, yes, it's 37% operational, but 37% of the biggest cube ever is almost a full normal cube.
And Matthew DeFreitas, then why was Data on the right in Farpoint? Because that's Farpoint, the first fucking episode. They didn't establish anything yet. And was he on the right? I don't think he was on the right.
That doesn't sound right.
Geordi was on the Geordi was on the right in Farpoint. Geordi was the helm officer.
Yeah, because Data never piloted.
And Matt, even if I am wrong, because you're saying nope, you're wrong. Okay, whatever. Why is the controls that he's hitting later clearly not helm control? They're not. It's not the circle. It's not the directional thing. It's just random buttons that he's hitting. Sorry, Matt.
Because you would at least move helm control to helm, to con.
Go find your technical manual written by. Yeah, go find the technical manual written by Sternbach. See what it says about the helm console.
Oh, what does Sternbach know?
Jarzia.
Ooh, Data was on the right, and Worf was on. Yeah.
Nice.
So Data was pilot in Farpoint apparently, and Worf was con, and then it swapped to yeah. Okay, he was the pilot for the first episode.
Yeah.
And then Worf was the pilot in the second part of the first episode.
Yeah. Jarzia 550. I think Data's whole gut feeling is a callback to the conversation with Geordi in the deflector. Also, 7 relates to an upset tummy from Cheesecake. Matthew DeFreitas, $2. Why was Data on the right in Farpoint then? Yes.
Because they didn't know anything. Why was Worf there but didn't say anything or do anything? Anyway, so the Enterprise D in a very, very theme park ride vibe.
Yeah.
And I have actually been on the theme park ride of the Enterprise D, and I did get deja vu. And this is a sucky thing to build, because that much camera movement and that much interactive lighting, boy. Also, why are there weapon turrets inside the Borg cube random zone they go inside? What is this tunnel? Why is there gun turrets in it?
It makes no sense.
And why is Enterprise shooting? Because if you shoot a wall, it gets destroyed and crumbles and stops from getting out again. You actually want to not destroy the way you came in?
Yep.
You want to not do it? Now, you destroy the way in front of you, fine. But they don't do that. They just sort of shoot randomly, I think. And I mean, Jesus Christ, Data. This is insane.
He's enjoying it.
Which is great. That's one of the better fun moments, actually. I really like that. Yeah, oh god, he's literally... Oh my god, he's pressing the big buttons too. The buttons that have no specific control, like big... Oh, that's hilarious.
I know, and that's what bugs me. If they'd put helm controls... If they'd put helm controls under his hands, I'd be... Sure, it's fine. But...
See, when I saw this, I thought they did a thing where they made him go double speed to show he's, like, zipping like he would in TNG. He's not, and he's touching the giant buttons. Oh, I love it. I love it.
Dave Doba, it's $5. For the money they spent on the bridge and how little time they had they spent not it. I wish they would have made the panels practical with touchscreens. They did, I think, for the rear ones. Because Beverly, when she broadcasts the signal, she hits the button and you see it like... I think it's probably touchscreen. My computer, my monitor here is touchscreen. So when I have an LCARS thing, I can actually just use it as a... But I hate fingerprints on my screen, so I don't do it.
Yeah. Yes.
And Glorin Fendel of Gondolin, a member for 1 month at the rank of captain.
Brand new... Oh, use it straight away. Hey.
Says, glad to support y'all. Hoping the stars align, and I get my STO Connie refit USS Lexington NCC 1709. I can hope. Yeah, good luck with that.
We have set ships.
I really love this episode. Like a love letter to the line. Let's see what the Galaxy class ship can do. Well, there's a callback at the end where they're like, she's taking good care of us. That goes back to the current Farpoint where McCoy says, treat her like a lady and she'll always bring you home.
And Comedia says a good comment. The Titan A may have big impulse engines, but the Enterprise D has Data. Yeah, one little impulse engine does more than the bloody 6 the Titan.
Yeah.
Jeez. Alright, I've got to pop to the loo because I've had 3 glasses of things.
Alright.
I'll be back in a moment. There's a dramatic shot of Space Dot getting slightly trashed, and by slightly trashed I mean frick.
Yeah.
See you in a second.
Yeah. Go. 292 viewers, 289 likes. Let's try to get to 300 likes. That's super easy. It's only 11 more likes. Hit the like button, guys. This has been fun. We're getting there. I don't know how far into the episode we are. Hopefully, no, we're not far enough. I don't think it's going to take forever to get through. So, I, you know, yeah, I'm having a good time. Hopefully, you guys are as well. So let us know. Vote in the poll. Do all that stuff. Aeon, $2.80. Where's some blade of armor when you need it? Indeed. Jordy should have said she always brought us home. Yeah. But yeah. If you want to join the fleet, by the way, guys, the fleet we're just talking about, because Glorfindel of Gondolin has joined as Trekyard captain, so they get their own ship for the next set of fleet videos. So if you guys are interested, hit that join button. Look at the perks and options available for you guys, the ranks, and whatever you can help us out with on a monthly basis, please do. Or you can Patreon, head on over to Patreon/Trekyards. Same perks and ranks and everything apply over there, but might be more to your liking to support us over there. So if you can, please do. We really appreciate it. Or at least just hit the button and look at the options for joining. So. Yeah.
Hi.
All right. So yeah.
Shield goes down.
Space Dock. Yep. Shields are down.
How do you feel about having planetary shields now? Because they had them in the Picard era, and the alternate. I'm guessing that's just the asset they used. But how do you feel? Planetary shields.
Makes sense, but I hate that when Space Dock goes down, it's like, because they already said orbital defense platforms are taken out.
Mm-hmm.
That was right at the beginning of the episode. It just doesn't make sense that it's linked to Space Dock. I don't know.
Yeah. It would have been. You know what it should have been? It should have been Space Dock is destroyed, and then beep 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 beep. Captain, the changelings have deactivated the shield grid. Two-prong attack. You know? But I mean, I don't see how this space dock is going to come back from this level of fire.
I know.
Because this is... that said though, I can still see shield impacts on the top.
The thing is too, it's tumbling now though.
Yeah.
Which means it doesn't have like... It's not at station keeping, which means in orbit of a planet, chances are that's going to start falling, and it's going to actually, dinosaur level extinction events, especially when that antimatter and when the warp reactor on there, like, yeah, that could be bad. So,
because who's fixing it? But it's fine. It's fine.
Mark you £5.
Thank you.
Was it just me, or a few, but not many, quantum torpedoes getting thrown at Space Dock during the fleet battle scenes? # Justice for Quantums. I didn't see any personally, but...
I'm skimming. I see no blue.
Yeah.
Well, no blue that isn't on the shield grid. And I would love there to be quantums. I really don't think they're... Well, is that a... Oh, I don't know. Is that a quantum? But from Excelsior 2? Okay.
I think Excelsior 2 would have quantums.
Yeah, but you think Sovereigns would have them 2-2 and would have more Sovereigns. Okay, let me go look, because I definitely never clicked to see any. But that one shot, maybe? Let's have a look.
Well, Dave Hadoba, though, $10.
Oh, thank you.
Actually, I've wondered this.
Ooh.
Are the consoles on the newer sets actually practical, and do they respond to what the actors input? Or are they videos or post-visual effects? I think they're practical. I think they're all the above, honestly, for whatever they need. But I think there are practical ones, yeah.
Well, oh, for goodness sake. It can't be one quantum firing. Why would a CG artist have one quantum? As in, there's a... I mean, that...
Well, the red's going to stand up better against the Earth backdrop, first of all. So we hesitate doing blue, but...
Maybe a Sovereign fires a quantum in the battle. And I mean, seriously, one ship fires one...
So Justin34 says, Matt, you're right. You can control from ops, and just talking to the computer. There were episodes where they did both, but I see Foley's point also. Yeah.
Well, I didn't want to control anything from talking to the computer.
Yeah. And as Rick said, again, a technical man, you can control the thing from like a pad. You can control the ship from a pad if you need to. But,
left.
Yeah.
Right. Also, I think I'm gonna get changed out of this because it's quite constricting on my shoulders. Give me some back.
Please
Ouch.
do.
I'm gonna.
I just want to. Yeah, I want to get rolling though.
Kind of hurts my.
Not even halfway, I don't think.
No. It's the epic finale strip. So I can still hear, at least for a second.
I know it's an epic finale, but man. The Price is Right review, $10. Personally, it hit me hard in a good way. Seeing the Enterprise D shut down for the last time. I personally didn't like the Titan A rename. Instead, I would have make a Ross class the next Enterprise. I agree with that. I didn't like the renaming of the Titan either, personally. But and I mentioned the Ross class earlier. It would have been a nice homage to the Galaxy class saving the day. But good tea, nice house, $2.20. Did Space Dock have any 25-year-olds on board? I'm sure it had quite a few. Yes. So there would have been internal battles as well. Will we ever get any resolution to that or any kind of what happened there? Possibly. But yeah, you'd think there'd be stuff going on there for sure. So so now that Earth, the shield system has gone down, the fleet starts targeting every major city.
So much comfier, my god. Yes, I actually thought they were shooting already, and I was like, Terry just murdered everybody. Because these graphics are quite... go, go, go.
Yeah.
But luckily, the Borg pause.
Yeah, they do. But not before the cloaking device goes down. The little Forge girls are being bad shooting that cloaking device. So it's an antique, man. Don't shoot that shit.
Yeah, I mean, the museum's going to be pissed destroying their oldest relics.
And Kit 10K puts in $5 via PayPal. If quantum torpedoes were fired, they could have been fired while the show was on the Enterprise D. A huge, cheap excuse, I know, but possible. No, it's silly. Just include them.
Yes.
All right. Back Borg Cube.
Yes. People have it unplugs him despite not knowing what it's going to do. Probably going to kill him.
And I think she's bluffing a little bit when she says don't do that because you'll just send him into shock. She could be bluffing, but who knows, honestly. Yeah,
it comes across as like, well, I can't do anything to stop you, so please don't do this. Because I'm just I'm just a queen in a harness. Yeah, it's, yeah. But this is when the queen starts to feel a bit pointless. It's like, are you powerful or not? Why are you not bringing drones in? I don't know.
Oliver Lavery Farag, £10. Ooh. I think Terry has a good thing about quantums. I remember him reply to a tweet that asked about quantum torpedoes, and he said there was an incident. So maybe they don't use quantums anymore.
Sure.
Sounds like something that wasn't really thought out. He just like, there's an incident. Maybe.
But then you get the Queen foreshadowing, there's no way to release him unless he wants to leave. Ding, 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 ding. Yep. Don't tell him that. Also, bring your drones in. Jesus. Back to Titan in a very good space shot as the fleet turns.
Yes, let's stop firing everything and slowly, dramatically turn so they can watch us kill them. That's not how that works. You can still be facing forward and use your side phasers.
And let's not shoot the Titan. Let's ignore them. They're not a threat. Tish. And then more pew-pews, lots of pews. It's just lots of pews. The Queen has this really weird... It cuts from... Oh no, damage to...
Yeah.
I mean, react much? You're the Queen of the Borg Empire.
But they found the... Yeah. They find
Say something! Do something practically useful. You ran an empire for thousands of years.
They find the beacon.
It's real big.
It is. And then prepare to fire. No, wait. You see it's connected to everything else? destroying it will destroy the ship and everyone on it.
They don't think...
And us, because we're inside it.
Yeah, they don't
They
even
don't
mention that. Jinx.
No, they don't. I thought it was implied with the way they were talking, but when I watch it more than like, you're gonna die because the explosion's gonna move out from there. You got to stay ahead of it to get out. But they're like, yeah, we're gonna kill everybody on the ship, but we're gonna be fine. Oh my, so sad they're gonna die.
First time, I thought we were gonna get this most amazing sequence of we all together will sacrifice ourselves. That's the choice.
So too. Yep, me too.
We cannot run. We cannot escape. This is it. And everyone has to agree, and they do, and it's amazing. And then something else happens to give them more time. Because that's powerful, right? This crew would do that. It sucks. And then it's like, oh no, they're going to kill the entire... Because killing one sucks. If you kill them all, it sucks. But also, I see the logic, right? All down together in the Save the Galaxy. You are saving the Federation sort of way. But I don't believe that they can get out of the Borg cube in 1 minute. Including flying to somewhere else, picking people up, and leaving. Now, luckily, the NCG, they are in the explosion for a few seconds. But also, how their shield's powerful enough to take that much explosion. It's a silly... It's a 5 minutes. Give them 5 minutes. It is silly.
Kit puts in another $5 and says, what if the color of the quantum torpedoes was changed? Oh, Kit, stop. After all, even the photon torpedoes weren't red until... weren't red. Weren't always red. In TOS, they were white, and in Star Trek...
No, they were red.
It was blue, just a thought.
They were red in the remastered, so that means...
Or in Star Trek 1.
They were red in Star Trek, the motion picture.
Well, the one in the wormhole is blue, but I think that's just the distortion of the wormhole effects.
And also, I think they changed it into red for the director's cut to fix that.
They might have. I haven't.
I think so. I think it does.
But Mark Hughes puts in £2.
Thank you.
Strange render issues on the Ross class nacelles.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah, lots of render errors, which is fair enough. No shade. They're doing a lot. I will say, I don't know how long this episode takes to take place, but every second they don't destroy this Borg cube, somebody's dying. And they feels like they pause and say, I hope the other people are doing their thing. Like, every second someone's getting murdered. It's kind of a every second counts sort of situation, Geordie.
Mm-hmm.
Bit of indecision here. But I love his tone. Like, all their tones are great. I just wish it wasn't as dire, because it's that dire.
And Worf and Riker are like, oh, for a second there, I thought we were going to survive this.
That's harsh by itself. He's like, Will, can you hear me? Heard every word. It's like, ooh. In fact, isn't it nice the Borg Queen to let them communicate still? Because she can jam that shit if she wants to.
Maybe.
And glad that the interference of a giant fleet-wide control signal isn't going to interfere with single comms. That's useful. Real good, real useful.
Yeah.
Oh, and Worf's fine from a kill blast to the arm.
Yeah.
Flesh wound. Don't worry about it.
But Jean-Luc has sworn he would never be part of the collective again, and then he plugs himself in willingly.
Just stabs himself in the neck.
Some really cool visuals here of like weird like mosaic things going on.
Mm-hmm.
Flashbacks to Best of Both Worlds.
Mm-hmm.
So.
I kind of wish, if you're going to have Riker and Worf barge in, don't have them stand around doing nothing. They're both captains. They both have decades of field experience. I wish we could see him doing something. He also has a phaser. He could be shooting anything and doing anything. Worf has a giant sword. They feel meaningless from this point in the story onwards. When they're both full... They're not Season 1 TNG. Look, they're fresh. They're full captains. And both fathers.
Yeah.
Not that we've talked about Alexander ever.
Well, they talk about family in the one scene, and Worf's just like... They cut to Worf, and he's... just look on his face is hilarious. I'm thinking Alexander, Jeremy Astor, anybody ring a bell? No? Okay.
I would like to be a father one day.
Yeah.
Someday. Too much prune juice, Worf. Too much prune juice. Have you spiked your prune juice? Yes, you have. But yeah, I do like the visuals of this cube, and I kind of think they... So you know that classic first contact shot, the inside of the cube? The big... Is it just me? But when the thing zooms out, it banks down. I've never seen that before. I feel like they used like a bit more of the CG reel they never finished using because it like does a move I've never seen before. It's very subtle, but it's like that shot went on longer than it originally did. That's cool.
Yeah. Ray Ricks, 2 pounds. Still no lower decks purple torpedoes. Boom.
Yeah.
And Grant McGregor, $5. Data initiated Barclay ship program 1. Increased the shield by 300 times. Like that one time Barclay did when they became super smart.
Yeah.
The nth.
2 things to note here. I guarantee that long shot is just CG doubles, like silhouettes. They're not. That's because there's never a close up. That's just a shot done by a vendor. I think they're on an LED wall for this sequence because it's so out of focus. It's so sporadic. It'd be so cheap to do an LED wall or just a screen because it's so minimal. And green screen, that'd be weird because it's pitch black and you'd see green spill, but there's no green spill on them. You know what I mean? It's so like flat and LED wall like. I feel like it is. It's good though. It works well though. It makes it feel so like this shot, this mid shot, like there's such a split between them and the background that's so not digital. Like it's so real. They maybe just got a big projector because it kind of feels like that. Because they're not being lit by the anomaly. Yeah, I bet it's just they just got a big projector.
Isle film, €2. Riker and Worf should have fought off its
Yes, 100%. Because then the Queen would be doing something too. Attack them! Stop locutors! Yeah, 100%. There you go, easy.
But they have a nice little talk here about being lonely and this is a perfect place for Jack and blah blah blah. And it turns out Picard's like, I'm going to stay with you. You know what? I'm going to stay here with you, so you're not alone. And that's like, snaps Jack out of it. And there you go.
Yeah, it's interesting because they actively direct Jack to never look at Picard.
Yeah.
There's an abstractness there. And I love that because we hear it before that there's a sense of euphoria. The collective tricks your brain to accept it. So it's all the things. It's actually feeling the voices plus feeling the good thing. But also there are more drones because hearing more voices, right? There is people alive on this cube. And he's fighting. You know, he's fighting this idea. And it all takes this giant connection to do it. But also, editing-wise, an amazing LeVar. Fire! Which would be more powerful. He thinks he's going to die too. But, you know. Because you would think if he knew it's going to blow up, he would say, lay a course out, fire off torpedoes at maximum range. To give yourself any seconds more. Because you the scene is silly. And also, fire maximum torpedoes. Phaser first. Yeah, thanks, Bev. I'm your captain right now. You're not even in Starfleet. Follow damn orders, Bev. But it's a cool visual. And also, why are they going the different way they came? Why are they...
There's another route, maybe. Because there was multiple routes they could have picked. So
but that's into Jupiter, though, in theory. Because why...
Oh, because the way the paths go like this, they wind around throughout the cube.
But they got 60 seconds.
That's all the paths were like that, though. So you got to pick one of them.
Okay, it's just weird cinematography.
Plus, she destroyed half of their entrance coming in by shooting shit. So.
Yes, because she was trigger happy. And then Worf
Rocky O, $2. Shaw, one last time. Brilliant. Yes.
And then Worf also says, you know, good to die. That's nice. They.
Oh, and then we'll be waiting, me and our boy. And that's what clues her in. And she runs to the helm station. But she doesn't fly the ship. She's showing Data where to go and locking on transporters. So, yeah.
Yeah, and I actually found that really powerful, actually, when he says that line. Just because you really feel it. But B, the idea that their mental connection broke across all of this universal power is lovely. And you know, you wonder why Terry said she has an important part to play. She saved them. Her love, it's two sets of love, right? Picard's connection physically and spiritually, and you know, a human and a betazoid. Because you know, I'm sure not all relationships have that level of connection, but they are so in love. They have such this universal connection that it connects, and she takes them there, which is just also a nemesis relation because she can also sense, it's perfectly set up.
Mm.
So I'm just going through the screen caps, and then Jack comes out, gets Picard out of it. The laser points him in his eye.
Yeah, that's what I thought too. Please don't look at me directly.
No, it's really good. It's and I don't, even if you as the audience might think Troy's piloting, if Data can barely do it, like hell, Dana can do anything.
Yeah,
she isn't piloting; she's giving a course because she's no way able to pilot this.
And Graham McGregor, $10. Before I go, I want to say, if you haven't watched Prodigy, please do. Give it a chance. If you haven't already, it redeemed the term child prodigy from a young Wesley Crusher to something more positive.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I highly recommend it. Anybody watch Prodigy.
Although I guess even if technically Deanna didn't pilot the ship, she's still, the last time she was at helm, she killed the ship, as in like thematically. The next time she saved the ship, I guess that's the arc. But could you read out the Queen's lines here? Because I don't quite get her dialogue.
Get past that shit. Okay.
Because it's like, you'll never be alone, fuck you. It's like, why are you trying to solve the problem, Queen? Really gonna give up now? Like, she's so meaningless at this moment. It's really weird.
You were born here, you will die here. It's done. The time of the Borg is over. That's what Jack says. As you are, even if somehow you survived, you'd be different, changed, broken, alone.
You'd never say that in a dialogue.
And he's like, nah.
It's a weird dialogue.
My dad here.
But also, like, he's gonna die in the next 10 years. Then he'll be alone for your next 70 years. It's such a weird. It's not good. Not very good dialogue in my opinion. David
Hadoba, $2.
Thank you.
Enterprise descale issue when finding them seems sloppy. Yes. This is very much like a Millennium Falcon swooping in to save the day moment, especially with the drifting in and But it looks really cool, and there's lots of spotlights all over the bottom of the Enterprise D, which we've never seen before, but that's all right.
Yeah. And why has the Queen got an open top roof in her? I don't know, big enough for a D. And it is a very weird shot. I don't know how they filmed this, because it doesn't feel even remotely real.
Yeah, this feels very much like a simulation at a theme park.
Because it feels like, and this is not how they did it, it feels like they've got an LED wall on the ceiling, they've got these physical parts of the Queen's chamber, and they're just looking up, and they're filming it on a screen that black levels are wrong, because it's just it's too smoky to the rest of the room. There's a huge disconnect. And if they're on a green screen, why are they pitch black? Because normally that's hard to light, because there'd be some light on them. So I don't know. Or are they full CG? They might be. That's probably. But then it's a very strange shot. Also, the Aztec looks horrendous on the secondary hull. It's just so bad.
Yeah, we need to look at this shot in particular.
Oh, look at that, guys. That is awful. That looks like a game cinematic with a toy.
Yeah, and look at all the spotlights. There's a spotlight coming out of the tractor beam emitter on the bottom of the secondary hull. There's 2 spotlights on the underside of the saucer. What?
And also, they get beamed up by the modern effect, not the TNG beam, which they would have been beamed.
Yes.
And I don't know why you would argue that Geordi, of all the things he rebuilt, refreshed, he did the new transporters. Really? Really?
Mark you, though, £2. Enterprise G should be a steam runner. # steam runner forever. Isle of Film, €2. It's about family, and that's what's so powerful. We need Vin Diesel. I don't believe it's about family if there's no Vin Diesel on screen.
Yeah.
Anyway, yes, Borg.
But it is an epic shot. It's just silly.
Yes, yeah.
And it works better the first time.
It is a cool moment.
But I don't know.
It's an exciting moment for a second, and then you realize how silly it looks.
But I don't know if you could even make it look real. It's too abstract of a moment because the ship's giant, right? It's not really a but yeah, the Queen just sort of takes it, I guess.
And then we get the Borg fleet at Earth, turning with Titan between Earth and the fleet.
Why have they all got red lights? Is this Prodigy? What's happening? What's the red glowies for? I mean, the Akira's that's their torpedo launcher, but...
Yeah, there's an assessment of red there, isn't it? But it's weird because the Borg dialogue here is command signal interrupted. Continue last directive, which would be to fire at all the targets on Earth.
But I thought the thing causing the signal you just destroyed.
They did, because it said it's interrupted, so we're just going to continue with the last command we were given.
But they're still being controlled, because the nanoprobes are being active in their bodies via transmitter.
What nanoprobes? What?
Well, their DNA. Their DNA is being triggered to be controlled by a transmitter. Because as soon as he turned it on, they got converted.
Yeah.
They can't do it independently. That's why when they destroy the cube, the thing goes away. So how are they being controlled, even passively?
They're not. This is still... like, Jack is still in control at this point, but this is just our view of what happened in those last couple seconds.
Oh, okay, so it's just not right at the same time.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes way more. Because I was like, but the transmitter's gone. Right, okay.
Dave Hidoba, $5. Spinning up the photons like an Intrepid did earlier in the season.
Yes, because they told you to spill up torpedoes when they were firing 550,000 in the previous shots.
Yeah.
No. And then, yeah, the... Why? If you're the Borg, know they're going to go shoot everybody, why are their phasers down and go up? Why is that a moment? You open shooting. And why are they walking out and not shooting? Why is, Stuart, why is? Then the Borg Queen dies again. In fire again.
But that's a cool explosion shot, and the Enterprise like coming out of it. Beautiful. I like that.
I love that it's also thousands of small explosions, because it's not just a Death Star. That's a big render to do. I love it. Because the ship's so big, there'd be no single explosion that would destroy it. You'd think it'd be this giant thing, and then everyone's fine. Thank goodness no one started shooting.
They're traumatized though, because they realize what they've done.
Fine. Yes.
A whole generation of people traumatized by killing their mentors, their commanders, their friends,
captains.
Yep.
And I was saying to you in our other review, Seven bumped whoever was going to be the captain of the G. I think they got murdered in the fleet.
Probably.
Because because they would override. Like Seven wouldn't get it by default, even if she did that. Like murder them.
Fleet Paw, $2. Never fear, Commander Paw is here. Good to see you, man.
Yes.
We've come to the end of one of the storylines. There's another 5 or 6 endings to go. But they're much shorter little segments, so it should be all right.
Yes, but we win. We win. Happy days. And then
somehow he got his implant taken off on the way up. Did he rip it off?
Yes, he ripped it
fall off.
No, he ripped. Yeah, he ripped it off. What I like though is it's the exact same shot as when they left the bridge. I almost guarantee they said, "Right, cut. Okay, let's bring in Jack. Right, Patrick, you stay in the turbo lift. Okay, scene 9 now. We're gonna and action." And they just keep going. Like
they had to because they only had a limited time on the bridge. So.
In terms of emotional stay, that's if they did that flat out, like, yeah, it's just funny to think it's the exact same shot. Like they didn't cut.
Yeah.
And he does look a bit silly in that costume, in that clear lighting. It's not it's a biker suit. I know I keep saying it, but it looks like a biker suit. The fabric's used. It's weird.
And I love Data coming and sit down. Geordi saying hi to Worf. Worf flopping down. I still edit out the snoring and just have him die.
That was my joke from earlier. It's such a good edit because that's what he does. But it is funny, the snoring, and I
love Geordi's reaction. When he's looking at him like,
yeah. And I like I feel like Frakes was not meant to kiss Marina. He like surprised her with like a "come here, babe," like it's so like visceral. Like it feels raw, like it wasn't meant to happen because it's very like weird framed.
One thing I hated was that there's no reunion between Geordi and his daughters. They're on screen. They're on the view screen for like just standing there in like a Charlie's Angels pose. And that's it. He just smiles like, okay, they're fine.
7, do a pose. Okay.
Rafi, look badass.
Put your hand on your hip. Sydney, remember that pose at graduation? Hand on the hip?
I was just going to say graduation pose. Yeah.
Like, I love Joy's face. It's glorious. But it feels such an afterthought. The most insane afterthought ever.
Yeah. Justin 34, $2.
Thank you.
So how much of the fleet was destroyed? We have no idea.
Lots. I mean, Space Dock is killing ship after ship. Even if the battle's 10 minutes, I mean, I would say a third, if not a... Yeah, a third. A lot.
And then the whole welcome to the Enterprise. I love Jack's like smile. Looks at his dad with his mom. I wanted him to say, I'm more of a Connie guy myself. That would have been funny because later at the post-credit scene, he puts the Enterprise D model, but on his shelf he also has a Connie model, which I thought was a nice touch.
Yeah, I was kind of. Yeah, it's a nice moment. This is because it's the Locutus family, you know, pre-Borg, as in Gates, post-Borg, man with. But boy, just being a rip off the head assembly makes Best of Both Worlds even more weird. So, hey, we're fine. It wasn't invasive at all.
Smarter Than You 001 says, what was Seven's first captain's words? Probably, I require warp speed. Comply. It's got to be comply.
Yeah.
Or the warp will now commence.
Or just activate warp drive. It's like very clinical. Go to warp. It's like,
I think they kind of stole the thunder from that by releasing the Strange New World thing with Spock's. I want the ship to go to warp now.
Yeah. But speaking of the ship, though, we get this very Star Trek 6 shot, and the Titan is totally about the same size as the D in this shot. Because it is. It's actually longer than the Enterprise D.
Looks smaller.
Looks about the size of a Constitution class. Bit longer, but about the same size. Yeah, that's weird.
It is weird that.
Yeah.
The designer guy, though, $2. Question: since Elnor was on the Excelsior, is he dead? No, Terry said he was not on the Excelsior. Simple answer.
He went off in the last few months because there's only been a few months since the last episode.
David Hadoba, $5. As good as this season is, imagine how much better this season could have been if Terry had the same funding as season 1 or 2. Well, exactly, yeah. But sometimes more money equals less creativity. Sometimes having the money limitation is what makes the best things. So, yeah, the stardate, the first of a new day. What? For friends both old and new. Old and young, sorry. Starfleet has implemented a fleet-wide transporter solution. I like this to get rid of the Borg infection and also find the changelings.
Easy out.
Yep. Led by our new head of medical branch, Admiral Crusher.
Which I'm happy about. I like Crusher. Good for her. Very easy.
Yep. Good tea, nice house, $5.50.
Oh.
Is that kiss between Riker and Troy the first ever kiss on the D bridge?
Yes.
Or any Trek bridge? Beverly kissed John Luke in his ready room.
Yes. Maybe.
I wouldn't say that. There's got to be at least another one from somebody.
Who, though?
I don't know. Like what? Like a guess of the week kind of thing, maybe. I don't know. Mark U, $2. Wish we got more of the NX refit. Maybe next time.
Maybe. But yes, Mr. Older, Tim Russ, filmed on the same day, we assume, and he's good. Good.
And we get the explanation that most of the people that they imitated, they didn't kill, just for needing more information, which was great.
Yeah, I mean, we said that. I mean, it's odd that there didn't feel to me in the scene as if they spent 4 years on Voyager, him as mentor, her as mentee, There was a certain disconnect. I know it's been Famous Ranger years, I get it, but this could be any two people for the most part. I didn't...
Yeah.
Where was the Voyager vibe? Is that just me, guys? What do you think, Stuart?
It's not just you. I thought the exact same thing. There wasn't enough of a... I mean, emotional moment, but I mean, you're talking about a Borg, former Borg and a Vulcan, so there's not going to be a lot of emotions, but...
She felt more connected to Shaw, because we've seen Shaw. And it's like, but you served this guy for way more years. Way more years than Shaw. My God, more years. And this is one of your family, right? I don't know how you could have made it more... or maybe you end the scene... you know what it should have been? It should have been, he slides over a box with 4 pips. He says, Admiral J may have me give these to you personally. Opens it, 4 pips. Bush. There you go.
Hold on, let me get the holo recorder. So she wanted me to capture this moment for you. Look excited, look excited.
Say alternate timeline. But you know what I mean? Like, that little extra thing would have been nice. Although I was, for a second, when he slides that thing across the table, can you guess what I thought?
That it was going to explode.
I didn't think that. I thought
that scratch the table.
These are good suggestions, Stuart, but not quite.
I thought he was going to scratch the table. I'm like, don't slide that across that glass. Yeah. Anyway,
Men in Black.
Yeah.
I thought that looked like the thing that the mobile emitter rested on. I thought it was a mobile emitter. He's been keeping it, maybe like he had the Doctor, because the Doctor's been deleted, turn it on, EMH was going to come in and do something cool as a cameo. Because it kind of looked like that, the base of it. It's the right size.
Well, I'll get to this in a second, because it's very much Star Wars technology to me. It's like, here, have a hologram, but...
You get hologram, and you get hologram, and you get hologram.
Ray Ricks throws in 5 pounds.
Thank you.
I am 7 of 9, primary officer of the USS Enterprise. I will go to warp. Resistance is futile. Or you will go to warp.
Resistance to my orders is futile.
Yes.
So you got to convert that.
And Danny Janey throws in $100 super chat. Thanks for the hard work, guys. Well, thank you for the amazing super chat, Danny Janey.
I drank for that without realizing.
Yeah.
Wow.
That was amazing. Thank you.
Beautiful.
He slides her the officer review, which was submitted before they took off to the Riken system, and it's Shaw. And he actually says, you know, this is about Commander Hansen, or more accurately, 7 of 9. She's a rule breaker. She's reckless. Goddamn, she's good. She's brave and loyal. I love this whole speech from Shaw. It was great to see him again. And yeah, I recommend her for captain. I love her reaction to it as well. Like, she's been at odds with this guy, calling him a kind of an asshole.
To his face, behind his back, in front of his face, just all the places.
Yeah. But anyway, yeah, and Tuvok's like, resignation denied.
And I like the scene. It's considering this is before the first episode, this is too gentle for him. This is after a season of change. This implies he was a soft guy before the season started. But he wasn't. It's a bit retroactive. You know, like, play this scene first, then play the first episode. Be like, well...
He's like me, though. Like, I can be really nice, but I can also seem like a gruff asshole. You know what I'm really like, and I'm not really as asshole-ish as I come across sometimes, so...
What I think you could justify that being is that he has just said, because there are very few ships in the fleet, we've seen them. That is a giant promotion. So, first day after he submits this, she mutinies on him, takes over his ship, steals it. So clearly he's thinking, you absolute B, and C, and giant F. As soon as I get back, you're court-martialed. So I can see...
Changing that
yeah, so I can see that being the logic. He's actually been, like, mega betrayed. And in fairness, she's a terrible captain choice in the first episode. She betrays him for... I've said it before. But
yeah, and then... Do you want to be stated or unstated?
Mm-hmm.
I reinstate you. because it kind of she'd earned her trust back by then. But yeah. George Mangrum upgraded his membership to Admiral, so he's gonna have a hero ship now. We're gonna have to change him over to a hero ship, and the other captain that we got earlier on, will now get his old ship probably. Ooh. Interesting. Shuffling the deck. I love it. Welcome aboard. Well, welcome to happy promotion, George Mangrum. Great time to do it too, as we're talking about 7 getting promoted. You planned that, didn't you?
You wanted just to outrank 7.
Oh, that was mean.
I also thought that it's obviously a nice scene, but 7 is so emotionful. I can't imagine Kirk or Picard or Janeway or any other captain being this. She's not ready for the chair, right? Like any of the other captains that we've seen, this would not be the reaction to this, especially saying, you know what I mean? It's very like commander, but captain, she's just too immature for a captain. And only been in Starfleet for less than a year. Quickest promotion in history of this universe. The J.J. Abrams film obviously was quicker, but everyone forgets that. But yeah. Anyway, so that happens. Demotion rejected. And then, note, he has got a silver comm badge. Next shot, both Raffi and Worf have gold comm badges before the year is over. Which means they have now been introduced in this year based on this one scene, despite this clearly being a scene for the next 1 year later, but they realised that Raffi would need to be dealing with it before that. Just to note, they've now been introduced at the same time. So I guess they thought, to commemorate the loss of 10,000 officers, we're going to make the badges gold. I guess.
It's a new era, a new golden era for Starfleet.
Because no one's busy or anything, we can reprint all the badges.
Yeah.
With all the fleet reconstruction, the star-based reconstruction, and, you know.
Well, here we get Raffi, like, my son wants me to meet my grandson.
And skip, moving on.
Who gives a shit?
Yeah, I mean, at least she got it. But the irony being, I was happy for her.
I was too.
Until she became second command of the Enterprise. She's never going to be home to see them. Why is she taking a job that'll put her out in deep space again? I kind of thought the obvious idea was that she would then stay home and have a family.
Yeah.
No. Why do you ruin your own moment? It's weird.
Yeah, and I love how Worf, like, basically leaked every commendation she ever got for her undercover work.
Honorably leak.
Yes, an honorable maverick.
Yeah, that's nice. It's good. I mean, they're all good scenes, but it's just
Worf's not a hugger.
That's true. Yeah, that's a good.
So it's just a touching moment for that.
That is true. He fully embraces
Nicholas
that hug.
Sheehan.
That's great. Yeah.
Yeah. Nicholas Sheehan has upgraded his membership to lieutenant.
Ooh.
That's into lieutenants. There you go.
The fleet is shifting, Stuart. The fleet is shifting. Amazing. And then we get a nice data. It doesn't feel like we've reached the end data story, but it's nice. It's silly. It's nice.
I love how it goes over his time by an hour again. And she's just like scrolling for vacations, looking on her phone. Yeah. He's got all emotional because he saw an ensign feeding their cat. I love it. He's got a lot to deal with considering what's happened to him, so.
And he has the grey badge still.
Yes, it's back and forth, yeah.
Back and forth. Is he going to get a new cat then? Is that what he's implying? He hasn't had a cat in 20 years, but he's also been dead for 20 years, so I can see why. Wait, who took Spot from the... Who took Spot after the D?
Don't know. Probably Worf, and he forgot to feed it, just like he forgot about his son.
Oh, and then Spot will come back as a Spot queen who'll have a half a more mutified face and get revenge because you know that's what people do. But it's nice. Brent's good. Deanna's a good counselor. It's a bit overly simple, I think, for Brent's final big scene, personally, but it's nice.
Same time tomorrow. I can't wait. Yeah. And then, hey, how you feeling? I'm feeling okay.
Yeah.
And then, is he still batshit?
Yeah.
Oh, and then quick cut 1 year later. Oh, okay. We're doing this now.
And also, why is Riker still in a away team jacket? That's not the uniform. That's an away team jacket.
Yeah, I know. It's this. Yeah, I don't know. He likes it. It's a cool look.
Okay. Also, what's Data wearing? Yeah, why are they all in their... Whatever, it doesn't matter. Who cares? Because they filmed it back to back, they don't care. 1 year later, in a very, very abrupt edit. It's really awkward. But it's a damn nice shot.
Mm-hmm.
Enterprise D is correctly scaled. Next to Stargazer. I just realised that. So that's nice.
Yep.
Next to the A and Stargazer. Wow, what a... That's a pride of place. Wow. Good for them. Lovely.
But the nebula on the other side doesn't look scaled correctly. But whatever, it's fine. Let's look at the Excelsior. And the Intrepid compared to that nebula. Like, what the... Anyway, who cares? Nobody notices these things.
And I do believe it is now back to the inferior model. Although I say that, and maybe there are interiors. No, actually, it might be the... No, it's the bad one, because the windows are extruding on the inner line. Yeah, and the... Yeah.
Kit 10K, PayPal $10.
Hmm.
Some superiors are harder on those they see potential in sometimes. Maybe Shaw was like that in that way too.
Mm-hmm.
And in a deleted scene in Nemesis, Spot jumped into Worf's arms, choosing... Oh, that's right too, yeah.
Hmm.
The Worf did kill Spot. Oh no, that's awful. He's not a good parent.
No, Stuart.
He's got to be able to feed a cat.
No, Stuart. He sent him back to live with his parents in Russia. Like all of his children.
Jesus Christ.
Worf, we've adopted your children, now your cat. Oi, we're so old. We're too old for adopting your children.
Classic for real. $2. Everyone buy memberships to force Sam to work extra. That's not how it works. He's done all his work. You're going to make somebody else do all the work, not me.
Yes. I edit everything. That's my job. But then, bloody gorgeous shot of the D bridge. I mean, this zoom in's wonderful. One take. They're all in their away team jackets again. All the wrong badges. They're now gold, but whatever. They were lovely to be in gold. I would love Picard to be in a proper badge as well here.
Well,
that'd have been nice.
Here, yeah. Sorry. Continue. Sorry, Dave Hadoba, $2. Why was the Stargazer important enough to be saved? Isn't that mentioned in the episode that it's on its way to museum?
Yeah.
After in the TNG episode.
Well, it also they said explicitly in dialogue that they turned the Stargazer into the Stargazer in season 2. Do you remember?
Oh yeah, it's refitted on the bones of the old Stargazer.
It's not though, because there it is.
Yeah. Don't know. It's there for some reason.
Which I prefer. I mean, well, it's also one of the oldest ships of the era, I guess, but also not. I don't know. But I love this scene. All the actors are just acting. There's no act. Well, they're living because this is such a real scene. It's them. I'm sure it's their last day on the set, probably forever. It's really sweet. It's really simple. It's really nice. And when Picard says take care of Geordie, you really feel it.
Yeah. And how we would have been better, or how we would have been different without her, not better for the ship. So.
Yeah, so it's a nice... It's very simple, but it's very effective. And yeah, everything turns off. And the tour guide will be there on Thursday. That's
and Riker says, I've missed that voice from Majel, so that was nice.
I wish Geordie said a retort to that to kind of make it flow better. It's missing that, edit-wise. But yeah, we get a proper goodbye to Enterprise D. They've literally undestroyed it. Because 6 months ago, 2 months ago, 4 weeks ago, it was destroyed, and the Saucer probably survived, but here it is. Beautiful. Amazing.
After all, she's always taking good care of us. Yeah. Total Anthony, £2.
Oh, yeah.
Elnor died on the Excelsior.
Ooh.
No, he didn't.
We know he didn't. It's all good.
Terry stated he had. So Terry is king of all things.
No, Raj, that's not Pavel Chekhov, that's Anton Chekhov. Pavel Chekhov's son.
Yes.
But still
5-year mission. Goes in $5. Trek is post-scarcity for stuff that is replicatable. Frequent badge and uniform changes aren't really that surprising.
It depends. In theory, you'd want to make them out of you're assuming that everything in the communicator can be replicated. It's pretty advanced stuff. There would think be at least one material that would be hard to replicate, and uniform, same thing. You assume they've got like anti-radiation something like basic. Otherwise there would be no rollout. It would be day one. The fact that there is a rollout tells you that there is something that has to happen. Otherwise, Generations, it would be literally right Thursday morning, all in new uniform. There is zero reason for that to be a rollout unless there was a reason like they had to actually be sent them, or which I get. I like the fabric specialized. It's not
SPS Guru 2000, €5. If Worf got a cat, he'd use it as a sparring partner.
Well, if it's the one from Captain Marvel, then yeah.
Yeah, Kit 10K, PayPal $2. No, Samuel. Tour guide won't arrive till Tuesday.
But yeah, a lovely shot of Space Dock, which looks entirely and it's been a year, but I was genuinely shocked at this.
Me too.
Because
I wish it would have been like the lower part that was still under construction or something.
Yeah.
But a year is a long time, and with future tech.
Although, look at the screenshot. There's a lot of ships, tiny things around the outer rings, like maybe they're like work bees or like construction ships.
Yeah, possibly.
I mean, this ship is entirely undamaged, but yeah. Anyway,
Yeah,
but it was very weird to see it suddenly fine. As we then cut to Admiral Picard has been re-promoted after demotion by the captain, or the computer, with Admiral Beverly. Good for her. I think she's wearing the normal uniform, because it's so dark you can't tell. I mean, look at this screenshot, guys. It's pitch black. Why is the shuttle pitch black? My goodness. It's not good lighting. That's really bad lighting. But they have got the gold comm badges. And I kind of thought they were going to call him Ensign Picard. I kind of thought he was going to change his name. The way they say names are important. I thought that would have made thematic sense. I'm moving past this. I'm now Crusher Picard, etc. Would have been kind of nice. Picard legacy continuing. But he's nervous to be aboard or get aboard.
Yeah. And Jersey at 550. Ooh, meant to ask Samuel. In light of last 2 episodes, would you change anything in the excellent Fallen Heroes if you made it today?
No, but I might make a sequel to it. But that depends on you guys. I'll do some. I've got a plan to do a slight crowdfunding to get that made. So I think it'd be nice to after this. I'd certainly like to see more about this. I think my thing lined up already with them. I was very happy with it, actually.
Mm-hmm.
But why is he so nervous?
Well, it's not for him.
Oh.
It's because... Oh, look, you're going on Titan. Well, not exactly. Not anymore, anyway. Got renamed to Enterprise G.
I already hope there's a shot
I
of...
literally went... like, audibly, I went, first time.
I really hope we see Beverly in this uniform and behind the scenes still, because I want to see a proper uniform. Yes! And also Picard says names don't matter. It's not nepotism that you got through the academy in 1 year and now assigned to a ship, the flagship. Yeah, that's nepotism. It's because you got 2 admirals for parents. Jesus.
Honestly, the moment where he says names do matter a lot, that hit me. I like that. But I really wish it would have been a different ship.
Because I
think it's disrespectful to the Titan legacy and Shaw.
Well, yeah, because they've decommissioned the Titan and they've recommissioned it the Enterprise. There's no longer a Titan. That's what
they're going to shuttle it off to another ship and be the Titan B?
Yes.
It's pathetic, honestly.
Like, I would be fine if it was another... Like, I wouldn't be, but if it was another of this class... But that wouldn't make sense either. But yes, it is the same ship.
They should have done a Star Trek 4 thing. They're heading towards the Excelsior. They think they're going to get the Excelsior, and then they go over it, and behind it is... They should have done that here.
I thought they were going to. I'll be honest.
I was hoping they would. Yes.
Because Picard's like, oh, the Titan, that's good. And he's like, well, no. And I thought they were going to go past it, and I thought a similar scene. Honestly, I thought for a Sovereign but it's unlike, they were obviously on such a tight budget. They weren't going to design and build a brand new 3D model of a new Enterprise, even though this Enterprise is the least considered, least design time spent in the history of the Enterprise. Each Enterprise was carefully designed, except the C, which was... But yeah. The second... Well, the B. The third... They're all... Okay, 3 were quick, but like...
Stop talking, Sam.
Thank you.
Digging yourself a hole.
Thank you. But at the very least, they should have updated the 3D model to look like a hero ship and not just be the Titan again, because the Titan is thoroughly underwhelming as a CG model. But again, that's effort for a final episode.
Bird of Prey 5 throws in $5.
Hey.
Tuvok already called it the Enterprise when he spoke to Seven. Surprise ruined. No, he didn't. Didn't say that at all.
I don't remember that.
Were you watching an alternate reality version of this show, Bird of Prey 5?
Yeah. But yeah, it's the Enterprise is now a light cruiser. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
With
Names
what?
mean almost everything. That's a lot.
And they've got a captain that's only had 8 months in Starfleet. Before that, she was a mercenary for a few years. Before that, she murdered Icheb. Before that, she worked for Daystrom. Before that, she was on Voyager. Before that, she was Borg. Right.
Well, mark you £2. Seven should have had the Voyager B.
Yes.
That would have been better.
Wow, that'd have made... No, actually, I thought that in the moment. Yeah. Yep.
But then Jack storms on the bridge.
Hold on. I was so hopeful for 1 second. I thought, oh, it's bright now. Look. Because when he walks out, he walks through a light panel. And then it's like, oh. It's still pitch black again. The Enterprise should be bright, gleaming, beautiful. To make it feel different. It's just the damn Titan bridge. Lighten it for the Enterprise. For God's sake, look, it's pitch black, most of it. The lights aren't lighting anything. It's fucking Enterprise.
Bird of Prey 5, another $5. I swear on my Klingon honor, I suggest you rewatch the scene when you can. I've watched 4 times already, Bird of Prey.
And with subtitles.
And we just went through the subtitles of that scene. There's no mention of the Enterprise during the Tuvok scene. Hate to break it to you.
You hate to break his Bird of Prey.
Good Tea Nice House 220. Given the dialogue, I was hoping it was the USS Picard.
Yeah, that was also certainly possible. But yeah, very ballsy man to go into the captain's chair, which is the exact opposite of what Wesley Crusher was when he went on to his Enterprise. And Raffi has been promoted from secret spy that was on drugs a week ago, or a year and a week ago, into second in command.
Spy, pirate, and a thief. But you're ignoring the most important thing. When Jack walks on, he sets course to the Metalis system.
Yeah.
Because we need to get that in there again.
Yes. I mean, yeah. You know. First mission Enterprise is go to Metalis. I get it.
Dave Hidoba, $5. Terry's a fan of the Connie, a.k.a. Enterprise, is the Neo Connie. Negotiating tactic for Legacy. No need to make new sets, maybe. But then have it be the Titan. Don't have it be the Enterprise.
Also,
a line about the Enterprise. Have the Enterprise under construction behind the Titan. That's going to be the new Enterprise.
Also, the sets got destroyed like 7 months ago. So, no cheap sets.
Yeah.
Like, the time has passed for them to reuse the sets. But Stuart, I'm going to end the poll and do one more as we close out. Are the Borg destroyed for good? No more cubes, queens? They're finally destroyed. Thankfully, no! This queen is dead, but the Borg live. 65%. Thank you. You restore my faith in the community. Not that I had no faith, but yeah.
Guys, hit the like button. Let's see how high we can get in likes. We have 345. Let's try to get to at least 350. That's only 5 more likes. I think we can do that. But William Powell, $10. I loved everything about the way the Enterprise G was handled and introduced. Felt the journey of the Titan added to the prestige of the Enterprise name. Yes, but it's historically bad luck to rechristen ships into different names. It seemed very disrespectful in many different ways. But if you enjoyed it, that's awesome. I'm glad you did. I'm happy that Bill Krause, all his hard work has paid off, and he's the designer of the next Enterprise, but it's one he designed a decade ago as a different ship.
For the different era.
Yeah, and different size.
At the very least, like I said, refit it to look like then you have a Constitution 3 refit. Like, have it be new, have it be fresh.
Yeah.
The refit treatment, or the flagship treatment.
And Danny Janey, $5. Probably lots of field commissions after Federation Day massacre of senior officers.
Yes, we said that. You said that in another review. Yeah, that is very true. But she's definitely not the most qualified in the fleet.
That could also explain why he's already serving on a ship after a year. They need to get people out into the fleet. So,
I mean, he did also cause the massacre of everybody. So best fast track him. Again, not really him, but we have a debate in another episode straight about that. It's quite dark, so tune in for that.
The new poll. Did you like the Titan being the new Enterprise G? Yes, loved it, or nope, didn't work for me. Good poll.
I will say though that several people did say Raffi was sidelined this year. Last year, all the original cast was dropped. Raffi stayed. She hasn't been much in the season. That might be true. She got to be second in command of the Enterprise. You can't get more love letter to the character than be the second in command of the new Enterprise. Holy shit, right? The second in command of the Enterprise, Stuart, are Riker, Spock, and T'Pol. Those are 3 second in commands of the Enterprise that we know of. I don't know who the B's one. That's a very small list of people. So that is, talk about legacy of that character. I'm number 1 in the Enterprise. She can go to cons and say that forever, right? That's incredible. Well, I feel like there should now be a reunion with Jerry Ryan and Kate Mulgrew saying, Captain, Admiral, Captain.
Apparently, I missed a super chat from Good Tea Nice House 550. The reason why they are wearing the same clothes on the bridge is because they are reenacting the events from a year prior for the holo cameras. But they're still in their away team jackets. There you go.
I'll take it.
Cobweb Bubbler.
Hey.
That's an interesting name. $5.
Thank you.
How can you have an Enterprise G if the F is still around? Well, it was being decommissioned a year ago, and it probably got destroyed or decimated in that battle. So, also, I wish they would have had Miles O'Brien on the show instead of Raffi. She's pure cringe.
I mean, she was okay this year.
Yeah.
But Jack is fun. Oh, and also, congratulations to Cindy DeForge. She's now Lieutenant Junior grade. Pippin half. Congrats.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. I love how Seven even says, ignore everything he says. Everything he just said. And she's like, I usually do. And he gives her that little... So...
And also the full line was, I usually do in the morning.
Oh, ooh.
I mean,
but at nighttime, I do everything he says.
I mean, he's been on the ship for 6 weeks, but he's only now going to his quarters.
Yeah.
But yay for promotion. Good for her. That was a nice thing. And hey, as I said in another review, these guys who are just the basic bridge crew of a low-tier, mid-tier cruiser... Flagship, baby. That's a giant career promotion. My God, what a promotion. Especially as they were the guys shooting these people killed loads of officers and they're getting promotions left, right, and centre. At least seniority. Amazing.
Yeah, I forget who pointed out to me last night, but G is the 7th letter in the alphabet, and it's commanded by 7 of 9.
Yeah. So
Captain 7 of the G, 7th letter. I love it. I don't know if they thought about that, but that's great.
Yeah, it's good.
And then, yeah, what's your word's going to be? Everybody's got their thing. What's the start of your legacy going to be?
Oh, and also, which role is he going to be? I could be science. I could be helm. It's like they've all got positions. What do you mean? They've all got. Don't nick their positions.
Yeah, you're going to be special counselor to the captain.
What does that mean?
It means you're going to sit there and do what I say. Give me a coffee, bitch.
You're my yeoman.
Makes sense. Yeah, essentially.
You know what that sounds like to me? We don't know what he wants to do, but he needs to be here. That's for legacy to work out. Because he didn't go to the academy. He has no distinct he has street smarts. He hasn't got. Yeah, it's a funny. I mean, it's good. It's funny.
I like how he puts the pressure on 7 though. It says writing the opening line of your legacy to your legacy.
Did you get it? Star Trek Legacy. Oh.
Yep.
And also, boy, Raffi's hair got much longer in this year. My goodness. That is some fierce hair. That is going to get in her face if she has to turn.
Long. No, it was long the whole time. It was like down to like her small of her back.
But when it goes forward, though...
Yeah.
It's like she turns, it'll be in front of her face.
Jersey at 550. I'll still never get why they killed off Shaw when Raffi was right there. They just killed off Raffi. That's like Dennis O'Leary. It says they killed Lennon. Yoko Ono standing right beside him. Not one fucking bullet. Explain that to me. 25 years of. Anyway, Dennis Adoba, $5. Apparently, Terry cut in during a Q&A at IMAX when the moderator was saying that we will be seeing Seven on screen again soon.
Okay. Yeah, then they cut off during before the word, which I think is clever, quite fun. And then we cut to a reused warp shot, which takes all of the power out of the moment.
It doesn't, though. Because it says Enterprise at the back. It doesn't say Titan.
No.
It's not reused. They changed it.
Oh, yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah. Yeah, all that re-rendering.
I'm saying it's different than the original shot.
Screw you. Right. Anyway, then we go to the bar, and it's bartender Picard. And Bev is drunk.
Hit 10K. PayPal $100. Wow. Thank you, kid. Out of all the ships in Star Trek, Enterprise D has done so much that other ships haven't. Like appearing on screen with other Enterprises more than once. I'm happy she is preserved now. Indeed.
Yeah. Yeah, it's amazing to undo a film. Oh, actually, Terry undid Nemesis and Generations.
Yep.
And he kind of undid Insurrection if he got together with Beverly. It's like this romance he undid.
He has the power. Cobweb Bobbler, $2. I'll watch show with 7, just no Raffi, please.
Well, they're packaged.
I hate that they refer to Guinan here, that she's been giving them the side eye for like half an hour because they closed the bar down. But they didn't even think to include her. They had her for season 2. That's when this was being filmed.
Well, no, this would have been the end of season 3, so it would have been 3.5 months later.
Well, still, what?
You couldn't have filmed Whoopi in the scene if it was still season 2 because Deanna Rena couldn't get there. But you could have filmed an insert with Whoopi off to the side. But I think I agree, Whoopi should have been there for sure. But if she had been there in the bar, she should not have been at poker. You'd have felt disrespected that she wasn't at poker. So if she's not there, she's not in either.
I guess she could have been standing there and like pouring them drinks as they're playing poker.
But that'd have to be a stunt double for the last scene because she physically couldn't be there. Well, no, maybe she wasn't available or didn't have the money, I guess. Wouldn't Whoopi accept doing a free gig to see all of her friends in the Next Generation cast again?
That's what she did when she wanted to get on TNG.
Yeah.
So
because that's the last scene of them ever together, you'd think. But Whoopi's also not main cast by any stretch, so it'd be weird to have her in the. I mean,
I wish they would have had Pulaski back. You know, it would have been nice to have it just. They say USS Pulaski.
Look, Sealer, add Pulaski, add the Traveller. Wow, all of you are in this bar.
Well, Chasha was back as the hologram.
I know. But Sealer shows up. She wants a drink. They made friends with Sealer. And Wesley's there. Everyone TNG came back. Look, Armus is here. Special guest star Armus. But Gunnar should have been there saying, I'll go get some more booze. Back in a minute. But
SVS Guru 2000, €5. Apparently, when Data wanted to do his limerick again, Worf was supposed to say penis. But Stewart didn't want the series to end with a penile joke.
Okay.
It's better. I think it's better the way it played.
Mm-hmm.
Data. I always wanted to finish that with a limerick.
Yeah. I mean, it's fun. It's like everything. That's what I thought. Everything they're saying is an ending, and it's kind of like when's the last line? Because every new line is a new last line. And giving I wonder if that was Patrick's idea. I want Shakespeare to be my last real line. Because it's such a Patrick thing to do. Like Picard a little bit, but it's such like a. I'll pick my own speech, thank you.
From the tragedy of Julius Caesar.
It's nice though. It's fine. Like, but I'm glad it didn't end there. I'm glad it ended on poker because that would not have been like that secondary ending. That. Yes. But yes, he says, "Let's go play poker," and everyone's like, "Yes, mother effer." And Worf's like, "Oh, I always lose."
Hold on 1 second. I just got sent something I gotta watch.
Okay. But yes, they're playing poker, and there's no distinct lines, just kind of them being, living and being, and what's the chat saying?
So Bird of Prey 5 just sent me the clip that he thinks it is, and he misunderstands it.
The USS Enterprise are receiving a full pardon.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The Titan, which they're sitting on, which was the Titan at that point. It wasn't the Enterprise.
Crew of the Enterprise
No
D hijacked the Titan.
Yes, the crew of the Enterprise D. Absolutely.
Good job, Stuart.
I'm glad you proved yourself wrong, Bird of Prey 5. Thank you so much. Anyway, Jarzia, $11.
Oh.
Also just realized the last 2 episodes have been the Enterprise A, D, and F, as well as the NX-01, all on screen at the same time. At the same episode. Is that the most Enterprises in a single production, not counting Parallels? Well, yeah, Parallels blows out of the water, but yes.
That's actually really sweet. Yeah, there are 3 Enterprises at that museum. Yeah, because obviously the Connie got blown up, the A got blown up. The Connie became the... Yeah, the Connie got blown up. The B got probably blown up, the C got blown up, the E got wrecked. Yeah.
B, we don't know what happened to.
They're lucky to have 3 Enterprises, because D got blown up. But yeah, I mean, this final scene, it's odd, because I feel like they just said, cast, hang out for 20 minutes. There's very little distinct, like, character beats. It just sort of is, right? But it feels very natural. It feels like old friends playing poker, which is what the scene's meant to be. It's very, very, very jazz-like, very free flow. And it just sort of zooms out and spins.
It's great.
Yeah.
And that's it. That's the end of the episode.
There's no more scene. There's no more hints. But no, I said yesterday, I said, poker makes sense. Poker or Q. I said that, didn't I? Poker or Q. Both make sense. What do we get? Poker and a reused space shot. And then Enterprise D, a picture from a press event of Patrick and Gates.
Yeah.
A long shot with a Connie. Jack has a Connie, which I thought was lovely.
Which is great. He's a Connie man, so.
But he kept his phaser.
I noticed that too.
He was allowed to take his phaser aboard in his bag. Sorry, where are the security screeners?
And I gotta say, that shot of him holding the phaser up with that uniform on is like the promotional thing from Star Trek Online. with the very first, you know what you meant.
Yeah. Great comm badge.
Yes.
I'm glad he kept the phaser. It's a great phaser. And Bosch, there is Judge Q in red, sort of. The cheapest way of achieving the look is giving him a red sash. And you know what? Works.
Yep.
And I was so happy with this scene because it improves instantly season 2 to me. Yeah. It feels as if Terry said, that's how they ended season 2. I've already undone Nemesis and undone Generation. Can I undo season 2?
I am a Trek god.
I have the power. I've snapped season 2 into meaninglessness. But in fact, I'll say it like I said in our other review. This makes season 2 better because it means that Q is. This is how I take it. Q is lying in all of season 2, which makes sense because it's a weird season. He has to have Picard open his heart so he can love Jack, so him and Jack can save the universe, so Jack can evolve, be a better man, and Q can then work with him in the future. Boom! Love it. Makes sense. I have no issue. I think it's great.
Yep.
Just like Q needs to teach Picard through the 7 years of TNG so that he can be cognizant of time enough and open enough to do all good things. It works really well. And John Delancey's on form. He wasn't lying when he said about the performances. He probably shot this at the end of season 2 Ed came in for day 1, he came in for day 27. They shot it back to back, so he thinks of it as 2 seasons. One batch. That's fine. I love it. I think it's a really great post credit or mid credit because there's no post credit really.
Yeah. And Jersey at 220 plus the G and the Defiant and Voyager. Yes, all there.
Yeah. Yes.
David Habdoba.
And again, thank you. Keep going.
$5.
Thank you.
A Terry interview said that he gave them 45 minutes to just play poker, no specific direction.
There you go.
Yeah.
Yep.
And with the camera turning above them, there's one moment where Gates McFadden does this, and she looks up at it as it starts to come down. She kind of does a. So I don't know if somebody made a noise up there or if they were talking about how awkward it was to be being filmed from above as they're just.
Oh, I love it. That's great. It feels that. I mean, it feels that way.
Jersey at 550. How does Jack still have the phaser? He dropped it on the cube when he was assimilated. When did he retrieve that? Oh, you're absolutely right. Maybe it's just a custom phaser that he likes it, so he just made a new one.
Well, I mean, the phaser gave him luck. It helped him against the Queen.
Yeah.
He just made another one. It's fine. He made it once, he can make it again. It's all good.
Kit and PayPal $10. Oh. And just as the phoenix rose from the ashes, she too will rise, returning from the flames, clothed in nothing but her strength, more beautiful than ever before. Written by Shannon Hertz. To me, that definitely applies to the Enterprise D. Yes, absolutely. That's great. Phoenix Rising.
And saved the Federation.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Well, guys, that's it.
We end on the next Picard, the next generation, the trial never ends, and
the last generation of the Borg. I think that's what the title was referring to.
Even though they were next generation of New Borg.
Right, yeah.
Using old gen techniques called sex, I guess.
Yeah.
Versus new gen. But that's old gen for that.
Too much about it.
No, that's not. There we go. 60 minutes. Wow. What happens now, Stuart? What should people do?
Now is when you super chat in with your scores out of 10. Let us know what you think. Final super chats, final scores. I will read all the super chat scores when we are done giving our summation and our scores. And if you want to just put in the regular checks, you want to super chat, Samuel will take care of those at the end as well. So,
and I want to hear all of your scores. All 283 of you, this is your chance. Get them in this recording because this will be here for history. Tony might watch this, who knows? Put it in there, please do. And of course, next weekend, so not tomorrow, next weekend, the Drunk Yards retrospective. We're going to rewatch all 10 privately, come back in, review the entire season, getting more and more drinks as we go, see if it works, see if it makes sense, see if it's better or worse on rewatch, and see if we still cry at the Enterprise D appearing on screen for the first time. That's going to be incredible. Join us, guys. It's going to be amazing. And if you guys super chat what you did today, next week, we'll be hammered. Because we're very generous when we get to this level. So please do. And that is the dessert to the end of our meal of Picard. Yeah. So join in for that. It's a lot of fun.
So hit like, everybody, and do the thing you need to do. Super chat in with your scores.
And last thing as well, Stuart's score today will be based on his true first reaction. Next week, we'll see how his scores really go after he really watches the season and has the hindsight. So I'm so excited.
Yeah. All right.
So Stuart, final thoughts, and have you got any different thoughts given we re-reviewed it? I think fair to say a few more negatives than we both thought when we reviewed it together yesterday.
A few, but they're minor things. I don't want anybody thinking that we're like bashing on it because we're not. It had a very video game vibe to it in a lot of spots, especially with the Star Wars-esque Millennium Falcon like ducking and weaving of the D. I didn't mind seeing that. It's kind of neat seeing the ships do fun things like that, but it took me out of it a little bit, and I just thought Millennium Falcon, unfortunately, even the overhead. And then there's a lot wrong with that shot as well, but. Besides that, I mean, like I said earlier, everybody got a chance to shine. Everybody got good dialogue. There's funny moments. Definitely some red herrings as far as giving you the sense, music-wise, pause-wise, glance-wise, that some people are not going to make it through this. And the speculation all along has been, who are they going to kill for this season as far as the legacy cast goes? So you kind of got that in your head. And the first time it was quite, is Riker going to die? No, it's Picard. No, it's all of them. It made you do that, and you'll never again experience that like the first time, right? Um, so that was good. I really enjoyed that aspect of it. A lot of the fleet stuff didn't make a lot of sense as far as how that was happening, and it's not the entire fleet. And there's a lot of logistical things that just don't make any sense, but that's the way these big stories go, unfortunately. Like I said, the music was beautiful and on point as it was the entire season. So this was a perfect wrap up to this season. Definitely a good send off for the TNG crew, undoing Nemesis, undoing all these other things. I think Terry did a fantastic job. He did what he wanted to do with the TNG crew or cast, and I really hope that he gets to make more Trek in this way. So there we go. Satisfied with all the endings. I like that they were like, is this it? No, there's more. Is this it? No, there's more. That was really good. And the fact that it was 20 minutes of the episode that was dedicated to that, I was happy to see that. So that made me smile when it was like the 40-minute mark and it's like the main story's over. It's like, yes, now we're going to get some stuff that we really want, that I really enjoy. The character wrap up and stuff. That being said, not a big fan of what happened with the Titan and being the next Enterprise. As we talked about, all the Enterprises get bigger. The Odyssey class was quite big compared to the Enterprise E, and then all of a sudden we're back down to the Titan. Seems like a weird misstep, but it is what it is. We got to deal with it, and that's the one misfire I think, which Terry I'm sure has a good justification for it, but personally, I'm not happy with that, and from what I've seen online, not a lot of people are. So, all right. As far as scoring goes, for this season, I'm going to give this a 9.76 out of 10. Probably not the best episode. I definitely gave you all the feels. I would have scored it higher yesterday, but having watched it a few times and talked about it, I'm bumping it down just a tad for a few little things. By no means a bad score, though, honestly. For all of Picard, this is going to get 55 out of 10, because this was a really great episode as far as character moments go. Yes, last week got 57 out of 10, so you be quiet with your facial expressions there, buddy.
No, we got 11.38 out of 10. The last 10 minutes got 58.9.
Really?
Yes.
No, I think you misheard me because I remember what I said.
Nope, I got it right here. Well, why have I got 11.38 for all Picard then?
Don't know, because I gave it a 50 whatever because I wanted to be funny.
Uh-huh.
But anyway, this is going to get a 50. There you go. Because I'd rather watch this than anything from season 1 and 2. And most of the beginning of the season, so yeah, it's gonna keep it fine. 12. There you go. Screw you.
Screw you. My review's going home. Okay.
What about you? Sure. Close out here.
So, it's great. It's fun. It's action-packed. Everyone does a good job. It's a TNG love letter. It's a bit silly. The Queen does not fully explain, even though she tries to, because it's not long enough. It should have been a two-parter fully, with some space dock stuff, with more Troy stuff, with more Geordie stuff, with more Brent stuff. But I mean, it is one of the best Picard episodes. Top 4 happily for different reasons. The Penthe's still cute. Stargaze is still fantastic for the hope and fun. But as a TNG, I mean, this is a TNG episode, right? It's a TNG movie. I wish they had a higher budget so they could realise a bit more of it. I wish it was a 2-part movie for realsies. That would have made it better. Patrick is doing great. He's Picard. They're all great. The Borg are great. The designs, the pacing is good. It is definitely good. But again, it's a roller coaster, not an episode. You know? It's a certain experience, and definitely a movie-going experience. I would love to have seen it in the movie. I'm thoroughly interested to rewatch. It does make me like the rest of the season less. I don't give a shit about Vadek, having now watched this.
I agree.
She feels small and a bit sad. This was so impressive. Vadik is going to be so small in comparison. And that's a problem, right? Enterprise G, whatever. Com badge, beautiful. That's one of my favourite things, the com badge. I'm really happy about that. I like the way they end it. Ending happily. This is a crew that, even if you don't need to give them a distinct where they happen next, Riker, we don't know, Worf, we don't know, that's fine. They all need to live and be happy. And even the fact that Chekhov, they've given him an end. His son became president. That means he probably had a good house growing up in. He probably had, he sounds like his dad, so he probably liked his dad. Otherwise, his accent, wouldn't have sounded like him. He probably looks quite like his dad as well. Good genetics. That was a nice addition as well. So, a lot of good stuff. It's entirely dependent on previous seasons of TNG to work. But the fact that in all seasons 1 to Picard is great. The Q ending, awesome. Really, really good choice. I sort of called it, but in an abstract way. Ending on Poker, safe, good, strong. This season, is it the best of the season? That is a harder way to answer. It's like saying, is the second half of First Contact the best TNG movie? And it's like, well... But there's the first half of the First Contact movie and then other movies. It's not really its own thing. It really isn't, right? It is part of this whole. It's Best of Both Worlds Part 7. It's First Contact Part 4, right? It's not its own thing. Score wise this season though, it's still top tier. I think you're pretty close with your score, honestly. I think you've been very, very fair. I think I might match your score, Stuart. I think 9.76 is very fair. I think it has a few little things. It hasn't got a single moment of glee like the Enterprise D moment of last week, which was just like skyrocketing glee. This didn't have any of those, but it had lots of good moments. If the G had been a new Enterprise that we were super excited about, if it had a Star Trek 4 moment, or 4, when they fly over the Titan, which is now Titan B, and we see no Enterprise, and it was a Sovereign or a Galaxy or something, that would have been an even bigger moment, right? But they didn't do that. I think you're on the money. I think 9.76. I think that's very, very fair. All of Picard, fuck. 9.92. Obviously, right? Yeah. Super Chats. What do people say?
Before we get to that, I want to address something. Kevin G says, why can't the D be upgraded? Not sure why it must be in a museum. Most active carriers are 30, 40 years old. First of all, yeah. It crashed on a goddamn planet. So much so at the end of the movie, Generations, they said it's not salvageable. There was a lot of structural damage. Yes, Geordi fixed it up out of love. It can't re-enter service and be actually a frontline ship with all the stresses and stuff that entails. Go on 1 or 2 missions, sure, but it's structurally it's not sound. That's why.
And personally, I like it being a thing that people can visit for decades to come. Versus, oh no, it got destroyed by a random Dominion ship that came and caused havoc.
Yeah,
it's like, oh, you can refit the NX with more powerful phase. No, that's beautiful. Museum, love it. You don't need it. Now, if you had a scene where we took another galaxy out of mothballs and refitted it, have your cake and eat it too. Mm-hmm. Galaxy X, if you wanted to, that would have been it. That would have been a really funny ending. Another galaxy. I mean, let's be honest. If it turned over, and I know Dave Cullen said this, but take the Enterprise out. The Enterprise is in the museum. If another galaxy, they pop over. It's the Galaxy X, and they walk back on the bridge, and it's the recommissioned Enterprise G, and it's Riker as captain, with Seven as second in command. That would have been fine for me. That would have been fun for me as well. That would have been like, hey, you all good things, dude. That's it. Like, that would have been really cool, right? It's fine, but that would have been a bold movement of fun.
Yeah.
It's fine, but that would have been cool.
Yeah. All right, well, let's get to your super chat scores.
What do you think?
Wrap this up.
Yeah.
Aeon throws in $14 Canadian.
Thank you.
It says, great review, guys. I love the finale. Totally agree. It should have stayed the Titan A. This season was special. Episode 10 is a 10 out of 10. This season, 10 out of 10. Worf snoring, 11 out of 10.
Yes, that was good. That was good.
Justin34 throws in $2. Season 3 was 9.5 out of 10. The entire series was an 8.0 out of 10.
Okay.
Fleetpaw throws in $10 with a 9 out of 10. Enterprise D's. Excellent finale that undid everything wrong with Picard seasons 1 and 2 and Nemesis. Loved the love letter to the fans. Hated the Enterprise G reveal though. Should have been a 25th century access for us.
Well,
which is Bill Cross's defense.
Spam the chat. Would you prefer the Galaxy X style ship as the reveal of the Enterprise G? Galaxy X, not the Enterprise as the Galaxy X, but a new recommissioned Galaxy.
Like the Ross class, but with like...
No, I mean literally
Galaxy
X.
treatment.
Well, but I mean they've got the Galaxy model. Like you wouldn't want to... They couldn't build a new model for that scene, but they've got the Galaxy, right? Like a new original Galaxy class, made Galaxy X. Would you prefer that? Let us know in the chat right now. Go.
Justin34, $2.
Thank you.
I stand by the Picard series, my captain. Indeed.
Some of it, yeah.
Jerzia, $55 super chat. Thank you so much, Jerzia.
Thank you.
8.5 out of 10. I have some issues, but as far as the characters, they gave everyone their moments to shine and hit the right emotional beats. This was a proper goodbye to the cast. Picard shined as both captain and father, and 1701D got a glorious resurrection. Totally agree with all that. T. Louise Allen throws in $2. All the feels. Crying, laughing, clapping, flexing, praying, live long and prospering. Left with melancholy. Curtis S. Yeah, it's a shame there's no more, unfortunately. Curtis S. $10. A 10 out of 10. Riker's sword line was hilarious. Starships are as maneuverable as the engines and inertial dampeners can muster. And Data was at the con. Great seeing her with a possible star drive upgrade. Yeah. Perfect. Well, there's some great scores there, guys. Thank you so much for super chatting in. As Samuel is reading the non-super chat scores, if anybody wants to do the last super chat slot or whatever, have something to say, let us know. But here we go. Let's get some.
And join us next week for the Drunk Yard. It'll be amazing because we're going to just be all in. There'll be no, is Jack actually the clone of... No, we'll know. We'll just be able to enjoy it. Right. 10 out of 10 as the first fan score. 9 out of 10. 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10. 9.7 out of 10. 10 out of 10. 8 out of 10. 11 out of 10. 8 out of 10. 8. 9.8. 8. 13. That's a All Good Things reference. 9. 10. 10. 9.8. 7.5. 10. 9. 11. 8. 10. 9, 9, 11, 9.9999, because you can't go 10. 10, 7 of 9, 9.5, 8.5, low so far, 10, 9, 10, 9, 10, 9.975, 9.79, 10, 12 trillion, 10, that's, okay, 9.975 again, 10, 8, out of 10, 10, 8, 10, 7.5, 9.8, 1,701 D out of 10. Yeah, 9.975 again, 7 out of 10, 9, 8.5, 10 for Donnie, 10, 7, 8, oh, 7, Bradley, lowest score so far. Called you out, didn't mean to, but Bradley, 10, 9, 9.3, 5 bags of popcorn. 9.5, 10, 7.5. Dan Ben also did not like it in the scores of the Trek world. Wow, okay. 10, 10, 10. 9, 8.5, 10, and 10, and again, 12 trillion. Most people don't want to see the Galaxy X now at that point. Fair enough. And 10, 9, and 7. Oh, Paul gets the lowest score. Paul Taylor, lowest score, 7 out of 10. Oh, yes, Guru, also 7. Agog 7.4. Wow, the lowest scores are coming right at the end. Nail 3? What?
Neil wanted the lowest score. So. Let's finish up this poll as well. Did you like the Titan being the new Enterprise G? The winner is nope, didn't work for me with 72%. And yes, loved it at 28%. So...
I mean, there was no middle value in fairness, but it's the Enterprise. There should be a yes or a no. A maybe doesn't really work for Enterprise.
All right, guys.
Oh, thank you.
Hit that like button if you
Thank
haven't, though. Let's try to get another 14 likes, get to 400 likes. Nathaniel Culver throws in $10 and says, "Thank you guys so much. It's been a great few months. I can't wait for Strange New World Season 2. Also, new breakdowns on any new ships in the fleet we may have seen." We should do some fleet. I want to look at the Odyssey class. I've done a video on that. The fleet. Yeah, we got stuff coming. Don't worry.
We can see the ships that are there, so we can ask for renders of the Stowe ones. Yeah, we should be able to still be able to celebrate Stowe Picard for a while. And thank you guys. You've been here for 10 weeks. The views have been fantastic. We hope you'll stay around for Stranger Worlds and on, because we're going to be here either way. And if you are here to join us, that'd be wonderful.
In the meantime, before Strange New Worlds, we will be going back to our TNG reviews. So
yes,
we're going from TNG to TNG, but older TNG. So we're in season
younger
5 right
TNG,
now.
Stuart. Younger TNG.
Yeah, we're in season 5 right now. So it'll be interesting to watch now with this new perspective as to where they actually do go.
Yes.
It'll be interesting.
Data didn't die. Whew. Yeah. Actually, we'll be the first people to go back and watch TNG in a live review setting, with the perspective it didn't die in Nemesis. Because who else is doing TNG reviews right now? That's kind of crazy. God, yeah. Please join us for that. Because we do the exact same thing, not 4 hours, but we do 2-hour reviews for TNG episodes. Full breakdown, totally fair, totally unbiased, even though we love it, but we're fair. Can't wait for that. Thank you, guys.
Fleet Paw throws in $2. Hell yeah for proper phasers.
Hell yeah for phasers.
4 more likes, get to 200, guys. But we're going to close out right now.
Spam it. And join us next week for Trekyards. This weekend, I should say. And there'll be many edited videos, Stuart. Because we've debated stuff. We've not actually talked about the Combadge. We've not talked about the Borg Queen. We've not talked all these things. We had detailed breakdowns.
Because the show's over doesn't mean our job is. We got lots to talk about still. So.
Yep.
And Bradley says, when do you resume TNG reviews? Not sure, but just stay posted. Just as long as you're notified and subscribed, you'll know when we're doing lives.
I'd say give us a week. We always have a week. We always have a week fall off anyway.
Yeah. Anyway, good tea, nice house, 220, computer and program. Live long and prosper. That's a good way to end out. So until next time, he is Commander Cockings.
He's Captain Foley. Thank you, everyone, once again.
Likes. Yes.
Goodbye, Picard. Thank you, Picard.
$2.
Thank you, Terry.
Live long and prosper.
Terry, you did good, man. You did good. Bye, guys.